Hello, we are so back. So, since yesterday, I did do a little bit of building because I'm a fiend, but mostly just expanded out to give us a bit more space. I did also go ahead and build the next tier of refiner, which gives us access to aluminium. So I've been doing a bit of that. But that's about it. So we've got a new floor upstairs and a bit more space because we're going to start needing lots of power. So the power that was in here has been moved out into this room, which honestly I'll probably fill wall to wall with power as our requirements go up. I built a second little landing pad on this side and I think that's it. So the next thing that we really want is one of these refiners, and as you can see I've collected a little bit of duraluminium from the buried treasures, but we're still 20 short. But we need to start producing spice. Apart from anything else, our gear relies on it for repairs. The refiner upstairs, this keeps glitching out and I don't know why. I'm gonna move it, maybe it'll stop being derpy. Stick it down here. So yeah, so we need some spice. We can already produce plastinium, which is the last tier of ingots, but the ratios aren't so good in this medium refinery. So in the large, it would only take us 4. I think the water consumption might be the same, but we obviously want to be doing it as efficiently as we can. I've actually managed to produce a little bit just off of stuff that I found whilst looking for duraluminium. I guess I should probably work out if we've got enough power once I've gathered the duraluminium we need for this thing. So let's see, be under refineries, 200 power, because of course it does.
A large sandstorm is approaching.
Okay, I'm thinking we probably don't have 200 power spare, but let's look. No, we have 10. Okay. So, power. 2 of these would work. We can't produce these. Can we make 2 of these? We can make 1 of these. Unless we make more steel. Can we produce more steel? We missing iron. Okay, well, I think we can go and get some iron. And those upgraded power stations actually require lubricant because they're wind traps. And they use up silicon. Do you know what? It's just not worth it. I will produce some, or at least 1, because I'm going to do 1 of every building. But for now, I think we're just going to start stacking these things as high as we can. And by high, I mean horizontally as we can. So these should give 75 each, as opposed to the 150 from the very much more compact wind ones. But they only require scrap metal and fuel cells to power, both of which are in abundance everywhere. Can I squeeze this in a little bit better? Looks like no. Let's keep it all around the same way. Not that it matters. Okay, I think that'll be enough. Now we need to gather some fuel cells to get them fired up. Actually, one of the things which hopefully we have enough aluminium for already that I want to build is a storage module for our scout.
Sector weather alert. A large sandstorm.
There it is. Yeah, so I've gathered the aluminium needed, or aluminium if you're from that side of the pond. I suppose this is aluminum because that's how it's spelled, as opposed to aluminium, which is how we spell it and pronounce it over here. Storage. Yes, please. So the storage module for our scout, we're probably going to be carrying around with us. How much is it? 5 volume. For a little bit so that we can boost out to the location we need to be, stick the storage on, fill it up, and fly back. it will just be the most effective way of doing it. I think we're also going to hit aero stations and see if we can kind of scavenge some parts for the assault, rather than have to get them all, create them all manually. I also upgraded our storage, so it's no longer sorted by colour. We've just got raw and processed stuff and crafting bits. I guess this can go in there. So iron, I said we needed for... No, we don't need that. We need power cells, is what we need. We've got 2 minutes before a sandstorm hits too, so let's see what we can gather in 2 minutes. Probably only a couple of nodes. Hey, there's normally a node down here. That means someone's been farming right next to my base. Interesting. Let's see. I've scanned most of the neighbouring rocks and bits, so we know roughly what's nearby. Something we may end up doing is also using some of the probes to reveal the entire sector for a few sectors. I don't know whether we'll do the whole desert. As I said yesterday on yesterday's stream, there's really no need for me to do it because I have access to maps via a browser and I no longer use XP. I don't know if we're going to have time to get this and get back. There is fuel here though. Would like it. Okay. So, yeah, so we want to start producing spice. The other thing that we'll need in order to produce plast is an upgrade to our chemical refinery, which currently is the most basic version. And I think it needs quite a lot of duraluminium as well. So we're probably in for a lot of treasure hunting today. What am I doing? Come on, brain. Here we go. Okay, so we've got 500 spare power, which is great. That should be enough for this thing. Refiners. Yeah, plenty. So we want 20 more duraluminium. And how much do we need for the upgraded chemical refiner? So that actually needs spice, so we have to do it in this order, and this needs 75. Okay. So 20 more duraluminium. We also don't have our death still currently running. What's our water levels like? It's not great, but it's not full. I've also decided to ditch the blood stuff because I think we're already beyond it just by having this one wind trap up the top and also the death still, as long as we're making use of it. So I think north.
A large sandstorm is approaching.
Let's not walk out into the middle of a sandstorm, or even the edge of it. We'll head north just up to this wreck up here and grab a body and shove it in the death still. The human juice boxes to give us the water we need. And if any of you are watching going, what happened to your frames? Well, apparently that's what happens in this game when a sandstorm hits. So either the devs had godlike machines that they expected everyone else to have, or they just didn't optimize it for it happening. Who knows? It's not too bad on my rig, but for some people it just turns into a slideshow. Interesting light there. Wonder what that is. Huh. Never seen that before. Kind of want to go and check it out, really. It's probably a big nothing burger, but yeah, it kind of does look like nothing. Okay, so we're going to head out to the wreck, which should be just over this dune. It's over there. I've also put quite a bit of wear on our scanner, so I've already had to repair this because it got down to completely broken from going and hunting duraluminium. We're going to be doing a fair bit of that. I figure we'd probably get the spice refiner online, and then we'll hit a race station, see if we can scrounge up some assault thopter parts. I just want an assault for the storage space. It's going to be probably a slow version of it, but that's fine. Here, hold this. I guess we could, let's use the storage whilst we're here, right? I'm not even... It's been so long since I've used a scout storage, I can't even remember how much they hold. So we want storage module. So how much space? 500 volume, 10 slots. Okay. I mean, it's better than not. What is... Oh, it's copper. I thought that was iron. I was like, really? Iron ore? Perfect. But no. So let's fill this up with a few bodies while we're here. And maybe even some aluminium, because I just saw a node. Hold this. Thank you. Oh. Right, yeah. I'm already carrying a body. So bodies, you can only ever carry one, even if technically you've got enough space, volume-wise, to carry another one. Just because of the reasons. Like, I do get it, but, like, how could you possibly carry two bodies at once? Well, also, you're not carrying a body. It just magically disappears inside your character, so I don't know. Seems like a weird restriction. Let's stick this aluminium in here because it's heavy. Super heavy. And we do want some more bodies. Kind of keep half an eye out for other players, as this is a PvP area. Although, as I've mentioned before, anyone that does want to start something, I wish them the best of luck. I guess we're going inside for bodies. Nah, I don't like leaving a thopter on top outside. It's just asking to be shot. Let's go in via the side. Game, can I move, please? Please? Thank you.
There's someone here. Where's Hagga?
So again, the knee charge is the equivalent of 2 light attacks or a fast attack. So a fast attack or a knee charge followed by a light attack is the same amount of damage as a slow blade. These mobs require 3 of those type of attacks. So what's this? So it'd be 3, 6, 9. So like 4.5 dashing or knee charges. But I tend to do 2 slow blades and then either a combination of 3 lights or a knee and 2 lights. Should have a melee guy around here somewhere. Maybe? No? Okay. There he is. Come at me, bro. So hopefully these guys will chase me towards this side of the ship, which will save me doing a bit of running. Oh, there's another body there. Storage is full already? Really? God damn. Okay. I'm so used to having an assault, which has 2,000 volume and double the amount of storage slots, I think. Right, let's go and get this sent back home. We'll get a body juicing. And then we'll go out, try and get, I think it was 20 duraluminium, which shouldn't take too long. because we've only got one death still on the go at the moment, this will be enough bodies for quite a while. I'd quite like to go from this death still up to the next kind, which takes less time to process and you get more water out of it, but that also requires a lot of duraluminum. Actually, like, that's going to be the biggest bottleneck for us, is going to be duraluminum. Feels so weird playing with no booster. I'm so used to it. So on the Ornithopsis you can only have storage or a booster, you can't have both. On the Assault you can have both, so its top speed is lower, but all in all it's better for hauling, which is kind of ironic that an Assault would be better for hauling. But hey, Funcom things. Right, let's get this aluminium going. No doubt we'll need it for something. Is that really all? Okay. Let's get a body going. Also want to check what I need to build this repair torch, which is used for changing the modules, because I'm going to break it if I keep doing this. 32 duraluminum. Yeah, it's gonna hurt. Oh well. It is what it is. Let's get the booster back on. And what I think we'll do is we'll go booster until we've filled up our own inventory from the treasures, and then we'll swap it over again. Fortunately, you can scan and use storage. Let's get everything repaired up. I'm also running all of the perks for reducing the max durability loss, which is the red bar you see as you repair stuff, on vehicles, tools, equipment, everything. Okay, let's head north. Why not? If we find somebody that does want to PvP, then we can encourage them to get out of their Thopter and have a bit of fun. I did bring my encouragement with me. Yep, 40 rounds of encouragement. Aha, first treasure. Come on, duraluminum. So as soon as we hit 20 of these, we will head back, regardless. Just because the sooner we can start producing spice, the better. Didn't quite see where that was. Hey. Swing and a miss first. There's two more. I will probably do a little bit of this duraluminum grind off stream as well. We might as well take this. We can use it. Ooh, someone else has been digging stuff up. Huh. What just happened? There was two right there. Yeah, that was weird. Must have been just the cone of the scan line. Come on, duraluminum. Nope. That may recycle into something useful. We'll see. Pretty sure the main thing we want is blades, because they give us diamond dust, which at the moment is the only source I know of it out here in the deep desert. Let's see. Still no duraluminum yet, though. Hey, 4. Nothing and then 4. I'll take it. There's definitely another one here. Huh. So I do need to be mindful of the compactor durability here, because I am going to be needing that for harvesting spice for most of this week. I will see if I can get a sand crawler up and running now that we know we can get diamantine dust. But that will probably be day 4, 5 maybe. See, it's a weird time, but we got one friendo online. Looks like he's in Hagga at the moment though. PJ was another winner from the giveaway actually. I think. Yeah, it was. Don't see him out in the deep desert very much. A lot of players still prefer to just kind of potter around Hagga Basin, which is totally fair enough. Like, there's a lot more variation out here. The deep desert is desolate, as you might imagine. But even the types of bad guys you encounter aren't as varied as they are in Hagga. Which is kind of odd, but hey. Hopefully that will change as they develop things further. Learn which bits to copy and paste and scale up from Hagga. That's a lot of aluminium, but I'm not here for aluminium, so it can stay there. That would just like fill us up. Pretty sure I said 20 duraluminium, didn't I? Yep, so 11 more. Doesn't take too long. I just pick up a few odds and sods of things that might be useful along the way. I do need to kind of take a note of what we have full stacks of already, just so that I don't end up with boatloads of stuff that I'm never going to use. Getting pretty lucky with finding them out here though, which is nice. We'll take the aetheryte. It is kind of heavy, but at the same time we are going to need a lot of cobalt paste, so it is helpful. Another duraluminium, so what's that? 10 more to go. Let's go. So that's half of what we needed already. Very tempting to pick up that spice, but in fact, yeah, you know what? We will pick up some spice. This is a really bad idea, changing my booster for storage. But I'm going to do it anyway. And the reason it's a bad idea is because the welding torch generates vibrations, which calls the worm. And we're just about to make quite a lot of vibration by compacting this sand. That'll do. Sling it in the bucket. I guess we'll put all the heaviest stuff in here. Oops. I'm gonna have to get used to flying without the booster. I'm so used to it. Nice, another diamantine dust. It's going to actually be essential later on. Sure, I saw another one over here somewhere. Something which I quite like is that because the scanner is right on the front of your Thopter, it's very much directed from that point. So if you're facing down, then you're going to get a good scan. If you're facing up, you're not going to scan in front of you very far. Not onto the sand, at least. That becomes far more important if you do any of the air combat, which I dislike, so I won't be. Yay, 9 more to go. Always room for desserts kinds of situations, absolutely. Welcome back. Thank you for joining. Hope you're having a good day. Nine more. Excuse me. 'Tis the season of coughs and sniffles, sadly. This is what I found earlier, is I would lose the trail of treasures and then just wouldn't find any for a bit. Well, we don't need many more. And as you saw earlier, we actually managed to pick up like 5 or 6 out of 1. So hopefully it won't be too many more. I may as well start to bust some of this shroud as well, go where I haven't been before yet. The deep desert map out here changes every week on a Tuesday night. No, Monday night, Tuesday morning UK time. The Coriolis storm apexes, at which point everything in the deep desert gets destroyed and a new map is generated. The process of building bases out here every week is kind of part of the gameplay loop that they want, but they have brought out a huge container to allow you to move resources from Hagga Basin to the deep desert, so you can immediately start with your top end refining. This week's challenge is to do completely the opposite. So we have only come out here with the gear that's on us. Everything built at base is what we've found. Could do with a good storm. I'm pretty sure, and I do want to test this today, that if we follow behind a storm, it will yield more treasures. Come on, desert, show me your secrets. I really do wish the markers for the scanned objects were not yellow though. And they even look like the parts of your HUD. So it can be very difficult to spot them even if you do get a ping. Actually, them making a ping sound would be even more helpful, but they don't do that either. Do need to be somewhat mindful of fuel because we've only got 1 medium on us. Nothing. I think this will probably consume nearly all of that fuel cell. It did. So using the vulture mode, as it's called, you can use very little fuel up traversing the desert, but because we're scanning, that also uses fuel. So the glide mode is called vulture mode, and I believe the other mode is called dragonfly mode. Not a huge fan of the animation of the dragonfly mode, but it is very much in keeping with the modern retelling movie. It's kind of like they animated the wings and then took out half the frames. Which may well be exactly what they did. Ooh, was that? Was that? It was. That's it. That's how hard they are to spot. It's crazy. So, dure aluminium. Yay, 3. Nice. We might as well actually start picking up more stuff here now. So once you find one, normally you'll find many. Yep, there's another one. So earlier when I was doing it, I was finding if you scan just before you touch down, sometimes you can see where your next location's going to be anyway. Yeah, and then just point your thopter towards the next spot whilst you dig up this one. And this just gives you an efficient pathing between them. You can just rescan as soon as you get in. I can see 2 more here. Already lost one of them. Pretty sure it's over there. Actually, that might be the first one we got out of this cluster. Yes, 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 yes. So let's see. Oh, we may already have what we're after. No, we need 4 more. So there definitely was one over here. Yeah. There's another one over there-ish. Excuse me again. Finished doing its little dance. Look at this. Oh, you can get diamantine dust. Amazing. That was a huge find. And carbide scraps. Wow. Okay. That's a game changer. Okay. Fantastic. So, yeah, if we can find more like that, we'll be making vehicles in no time. Buggy storage. Like, why not, right? Well, I've got space. It's not a very good storage unit, but it is a storage unit. And it may dismantle into something useful. God, that bird made me jump. I thought it was an enemy thopter. When there was a lot more aggressive players in the skies early on, like, I caught myself jumping at my own shadow sometimes. Kind of made me chuckle. But before any balancing, it was pretty brutal in the skies. What can we put in here? That weighs a lot. That weighs a lot. Okay. We do want this cobalt paste, just gonna save us time. This might be the end of this little cluster. How far north are we? We can still go more north. And we shall. Ooh, I spy another one. It's so difficult to see. Like, just make them blue, Funcom. Like, any colour that stands out. Like, you've scanned it. You should know it's there. It shouldn't be a game of hunt it after you've revealed the location. Not getting much luck on the duraluminium. I do want that. I don't need the money. We're gonna pick up lots of money in A row when we go scavenging for assault ornament parts. So I think we'll probably do a couple of stations like as intended. And then we're going to just run through the other ones. Hey, we got a 20. Let's head back. Partly because it's going to be far quicker, but also because until I've got the capability of producing the materials I need to repair my gear, I don't really want to be putting extra wear on them unnecessarily. So we will be doing lots of fighting, but honestly, the A-row guys are pretty weak, so easy to take down. But the stations are great. There's plenty of good schematics to be had there. In fact, we will probably, if we can get enough spare duraluminium, end up with a Mark V compactor once the Mark VI one breaks. They have just a slightly lower area of effect, but they're very good and don't cost plastinium to repair, which is the kind of last metal resource currently in the game. They will, of course, no doubt add more, another tier of materials. Where are we looking? So yeah, so we can see we've got copper, iron, steel, aluminium, duraluminium, and then plastonium. And there will be something otherium, I'm sure, coming with an update. I expect it will probably be with Chapter 4. I doubt we'll see it in Chapter 3, but there is a live dev stream from Funcom tomorrow. I can't remember what time it is. I think it might be 3 PM GMT. I don't know. I'll definitely have a look and let people know either later today or tomorrow. It'll be on before my stream. After my stream, rather. Be nice to have... I have put the music on. Like, I didn't change that, right? Yeah, in-game music. The music is so nice, the ambient music. It's just not very frequent. I really enjoy all of the musical score. As I was mentioning on yesterday's stream, a lot of the kind of ambient sounds that come that are in the OST in the score sound like things in games that could be other players. So there's kind of noises that sound a little bit like an ornithopter mechanism landing or flying past, or players' footsteps, that sort of thing. So if I'm out in PvP land, normally when I'm not streaming, I have it all turned off so I can hear people coming. But you can just hear the kind of choral singing coming coming through, but it's so pretty. In fact, I wonder if I can have a little... I will have a little fiddle around with the volumes. Maybe turn down all the game sounds and turn up the master sound a bit. See if we can get a bit of balance. So, if we do this down... this doesn't matter. Do this down. Put these both at 40. And then nudge this up, like here. Oops, apply. To wait for it to start again. How full are we? Just gonna grab these energy cells while I'm here, because we'll need to make some more fuel. Maybe an aluminium node if it's here. It is. That was fortunate. Oh, stop eating me. Ornithopters, as you see, do like to drift around a little bit, whilst they find equilibrium to stay still on. Okay, we're almost back. So we'll get the spice refinery made. We should have enough sand from what we just picked up on this run to get it started. It's another bloom. Spice explosion. I don't know why, I just prefer the term spice bloom rather than spice explosion. But they are so pretty. Purple. Purpley. Homer's favourite flavour. Purple. Okay. Oh, of course. I went to put it away, but you can't put it away because it's got stuff in it. Right, let's deposit. This, and this, and this. That. And then the rest of this should go in here. This can go in there. This can go in there. I'm going to put this in here just so that I can put it in my backpack. The 2000 volume, it's just not worth it. We'll recycle it. We should now be able to pocket the scout, but let's put the booster back on first. Yoink. I'll get some bits recycled. That's not the recycle machine. That is. So this... Interesting. This one didn't give us any of the diamantine dust. Maybe it's the tier above that grants that. Okay, buggy boot and radiation suits are not worth picking up. Good to know. Got another half an hour on that body. We'll get this power cells turned into fuel. Like so. This can go in there for now. Oh, we did have another fuel. Okay. Honestly, we don't need the food either. Okay, so building spice refinery, our first one. Woohoo! Let's go. So this thing is absolutely terribly inefficient. So this is going to make 5 spice sand, spice melange, I think. I think it's 1 per. Maybe it's 10. Don't know. I guess we'll find out. But we're not going to sit around and wait for it. we are going to go and hit up Aero Station, see if we can pull out some assault parts for our Thopter. Thank you for the follow. Right, let's head south. Oh, sand. Ah, you know what? Seeing as it's on our doorstep, we may as well. This is probably already more than we can carry, but I'm so used to having an assault out when I do this. And we'll have one before too long. Okay, let's go and get this cooking as well before we hit the Aero stations. So we may potentially... No, I was going to say we may potentially skip a tier of refineries, but we won't. We will end up going through all the tiers. So this is the first one of 3. Really tempted. Yeah, now it's 60 seconds. Let's find out if this just gives us 1 or whether it gives us more than 1. It's been so long since I've used one that's this size. And to put it in perspective, this is the size of the next tier up, so quite a bit bigger. And that, in fact, I'll bring it outside because you can't see it. So large. This is the size of the last tier one. It's gigantic. So we'll be remodeling the base before we build that. So let's see. Please be more than 1. If it's 10, I'll be, like, happy. If it's 1, we'll manage. How much do we need for the next tier? Only 68. Okay, that's thoroughly doable either way. Let's see. One. Okay, well, now we know. Okay, so we are going to need quite a bit of sand, but that's okay. I think probably the best plan is to get some sort of an assault going so that we can at least carry a reasonable amount with us. So let's do the Aero stations. We'll try to be a little bit methodical about it. So we'll start off in A9. I'll just bring up a little map a second. Yeah, A9 on the A8, A9 border is our first port of call. Which is going to be like here-ish. And what I think I will do is I'll scan on the way there, but I'm only going to pick up duraluminum. That's literally the only thing we want. Well, diamantine dust maybe if it comes up. We got really lucky with one of those buried treasures. I've like never seen anything like that. Yesterday we found one that had an entire Mark III buggy in it, which was her first too, so there are obviously some very lucky nodes every now and then that you can catch. I'll need to try and remember to test the theory with the storms. Ooh. We may stop for this. Sure. These are good, these are good. These are good. I can't even remember what I need these for. Cutter rays by the looks of it. We do need these. See if we can get away with getting another one before Shai Halud arrives. Pumps are good. In the early days of this, if you did what I'm doing now, climbed on the side of it, it was almost like a death sentence. Like, you couldn't jump off and the worm would just come and eat you. Thankfully, they did resolve that issue. And to be fair to them, they have been putting a lot of work in. It's just, as with a lot of people, they kind of feel like the work should have been put in before they relaunched it, but I get it. They got investors looking for returns yesterday, always. So the Aero stations have a slightly easier tier of mob than everything beyond Aero in the deep desert. They also include a couple of mob variations that you don't get beyond Aero. So there's a SMG type mob, which I'm pretty sure has a dart for every man or NPC equivalent, which doesn't do a lot of damage, but it does do a lot of shield damage. So they can get quite scary quite quickly. They also have a rapier style mob and a dagger class mob instead of just the standard sword mobs. They're a bit faster, attack with the same sorts of animations. I'm not sure if the rapier one's poison. They may do. I've kind of never let any of them hit me long enough to find out. But maybe we'll check that out today. Pretty sure the knife guys just knife. They don't have the cauterizer, which is a unique schematic which applies damage over time in the form of burning if you strike a target enough times. And that will burn through shields as well. It doesn't do damage to the shield, it does damage past the shield. Much like poison. Both poison and fire also prevent passive regeneration from kicking in, which in longer fights and duels or in PvP can be a factor. Particularly if they're using one of the passives like the Sword Masters thrive on danger. It's particularly important to keep targets which are poisoned, targets which have that hook poisoned or burnt. Otherwise they're virtually impossible to take down. I think it might have been nerfed a little bit, but it's still extremely strong. Particularly if you combine it with some of the Bene Gesserit talents for passive healing increase. Right, our first station is here. And in we go. I kind of find these little circular bits are absolutely perfect for just flying your straight into, which is kind of nice. So we will kill everything in here, but after this, yeah, we'll do 2 properly, and then we're gonna nuke the rest of them in speedrun mode. Hey, Welly, just stopping by, buddy. Yep, appreciate the luck. Right, yeah, because we're gonna clear everything, we can go this way. Oh, we also get shotgun mobs, which are armed with drill shots. But as you can see, these guys take far less to take down. That was 1 knee charge and 1 stab, and he folded. I'm pretty sure just... well, let's see. How many shots do they take? Okay, so the equivalent of 1 slow blade, basically, is enough to kill them. Let's grab the key. We're going to do a full clear of this station just because it's been so long since I've cleared these out fully. I can't even remember what the loot pool's like. And given we're not bringing anything from Hagga with us, we should probably be aware. Show me your secrets. Right. we will need a number of these. Excuse you. That's what I thought. Yeah, so we'll definitely pick up all of the ones we find on this run. So after we've done these first two, I'm going to change my skills around. We'll use Shigawire and Prana Bindu Sprint for navigating extremely quickly through the following stations. And as you can see, we're picking up, like, where we were getting 3 or 4 gold from buried treasures, you're getting sort of 200 or 300 here. We're probably not going to need any gold. I have said to myself, if it's really difficult to get the Diamondine Dust, we will purchase some from one of the capitals, because there are vendors there that have them. I think that was that SMG? Ooh. I wonder if that bleed will just kill him. I bet it does. Like, he's bleeding out at the moment, and now he's going to heal. You stop him from healing. Will he bleed out? Nah, it looks like he's stopped bleeding. The mobs beyond Aero that are melee, you can do the retaliate strike, 1 slow blade, and then they will die to the bleed, which is quite nice. You can kind of walk away while they're taking damage and they just fall over. So that's a standard AR mob. Vulcan cannon in the back there. Another Vulcan cannon. Looks like a shotgun mob. Oh, yep. And that actually hit me. I didn't dodge in time. So we'll just heal that off. So the drill shots from the shotgun mobs, they stick into your shield and start to bury through it. And you can dislodge them by dashing, but if you fail to dodge, then they go straight through your shield and do a little bit of damage. Not as much as damage as the shotguns, which aren't drill shots, do if you don't have your shield up. I just don't think the booster's worth picking up. Again, adept quality, I don't think it's worth picking up because it doesn't give duraluminium. We also just don't need any of these schematics. What I'll do is I'll loot it and I'll drop it on the floor in case somebody else swings by and wants it. Again, adept weapons we don't need. That was a buggy, right? Yeah, we want assault. Okay, so that was our first station. Pretty easy. I will just check where the next one is. It is just in the sector over, on the northern border between A8 and B8. I believe the testing stations in Aero are actually static week to week. It's only everything beyond Aero that gets shuffled. The loot pools for them are also static, although these days the loot pool for everything is the same, even if the location changes. Aero has the duraluminium tier stuff, and everything beyond Aero has the top tier stuff. That being said, some duraluminium gear is absolutely great, especially early on, because it doesn't cost you the top end resources to repair. So if you're farming, say, spice or duraluminium with a cut array, and you're using a tier 6 cut array, you're using the very resources that you're farming to repair the gear you're farming with. So until you have an excess, that can be a bit counterproductive. Am I blind? No. Oh, that was the A8 station we just did. So we didn't do the A9 station yet. So semi-blind. Must be over this ridge line here. This formation out in the deep desert, the things I could do with that overhang, man. We will hopefully get around to building a PvP base this week after we've gathered all the resources we need to build all the stuff. And this is very much a challenge week for fun. Like, none of the materials are materials I need. I have ridiculous stockpiles of stuff back in Hagga Basin. But I wanted to see how feasible it would be to build everything out here in 1 week. And I think we're going to do alright. There is going to be some grinding. Oh boy, is there going to be some grinding. But I think we'll get there. Keeping myself on that third segment of hydration just for the extra stamina. Okay, this is a nice short station too. So there should be a melee dude here somewhere. Oh my god. That's the SMG guy right there. He chews through shields fast. Normally a melee guy here somewhere though. Guess not. Let's refill our canteen. Or Lithojon, as I should say. I go here. Boom. They all fell over. Grab a few Healy bits. Now the nice thing, because we're playing melee and we probably won't need to replace our blade, we will need to repair it, is that we don't really need to pick up any weapon materials. Which saves on quite a lot of space. And also makes us more agile for looting, because we're not as heavy. We have more personal inventory volume. Listen to that synth, it's reminiscent of Blade Runner, I love it. So Welding Torch Mark 5s also drop here, good to know. Well, in fact, it's probably going to be better just to come and loot one here when I need it and repair that than build a brand new one, because that was quite a lot of duraluminum. God, some of the little synthy bits in the background remind me of Subnautica too. Like, it's a really nice musical score, this one. Subtle but lovely. Might even give it a bit more lift. See if I can do that. Audio. Let's turn down sound effects to like 25, 20. Master volume up to like 50. If it doesn't sound good, then someone just let me know in chat and I'll adjust. I don't need this, but we'll drop it in case somebody does. Hey, thruster. That's exactly the sort of thing we wanted. I'll take this cut array. I don't think we'll be using it, but we can salvage it. I've already forgotten if we did the other side or not. Pretty sure we did, but I'm going to double check. My brain. Not always my friend. We didn't. Okay. Okay, so that was the first two stations done quote unquote properly. And the next two, we are gonna zoomies through it. In fact, let's go full zoomies. So with Bindu Sprint, if you hit these stairs at a little bit of an angle, you can kind of jank your way all the way to the top quite quickly, which is fun. Knee charge into open space, extra mobility straight into a suspensor dash. Or hover, I should say. Okay, our next station is actually in A5, so we're going to take a little bit of a shortcut by going via the world map. Sandstorm. Of course, the sandstorm hits our base now while I'm out here, instead of being able to test the theory about the buried treasures. There'll be more, though. The one thing you can guarantee is more sandstorms in the deep desert. Took me longer than I care to admit, but each of these 3 entrances bring you out in one of the 3 block starting areas, so we were in this one, so we're going to come in here. Same thing with Hagga Basin. The lines around Hagga Basin represent the side that you will enter in from, which could be a great way of actually navigating your way around Hagga very quickly if you happen to be near an edge. Okay, let's head to A5 as our next stop, which is pretty close. I think it's that rock formation there, and I think the entrance is this side too, if memory serves. Which it does not, and it is not. Must be here on the left. Whoop. I do have control of my own honest officer. Okay, so for the majority of these testing stations in A-Row, you don't even need to get in a fight. Like, they can attack you, sure, but you don't have to just stand there and take it. You could move past them, which is exactly what we're going to do. This station actually doesn't have a huge amount of enemies. It does have these corpses on the floor, which let out a poison cloud, which is mildly annoying, but that's about it. Pick up these health kits. This is our first room with mobs in, although it looks like... No, yep, they are there. I was going to say it looks like someone cleared it, but they definitely haven't. But as you can see, we're just going to give them the old Zoidberg and whoop 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 out the way. The melee mobs will sort of keep pace with you, but it's still quicker just to kind of run past. Now, something to be aware when you're using sugar wire is it does lower your shield for a brief period. Oh, that's me getting attacked. So we'll stop just to kill these ones because they're in the way of my looting, but other than that, we'll be skipping most of them. Power Pack Mark IV is not even worth the inventory space. Seriously? Yeah. Didn't work out well for you, fella. Mark V shields are actually what we're using, which is interesting. So if we get caught out, we can come here and just go and razz a Mark V shield that's got some wear on it, which is good to know. I had forgotten that. We've already picked up one of our assault top to bits, which is great. I should... No, yeah, we're finished here. So that's how quick it is if you're not stopping to kill everything. Like, in and out onto the next one, which is how we'll finish this first kind of row of stations, is we'll do some speedrunnery type stuff. Runnery? That's not a word, but hey. Who needs to be good at words when you're streaming? Wait. Right, A4. A4 around there. Got that? Sandstorms, actually. Is it coming this way? No, it's going away. That must have come diagonally down from our base. Yeah, it did. You can see the trajectory there. Should be around here. I'm gonna guess this cluster. Yep, here we go. And again, your scouts just fit beautifully right inside. And you can pocket them. Our health is a little bit low. Oh, that was from the shotgun to the base, yes. That does do that. So because the layout of these stations doesn't change from week to week, I kind of know them well enough to be able to go straight to where we need to go. There's 6 of them, I think, and they don't change from week to week, the layout, so once you kind of know it, you know it. If you know, you know, you know. Hey, engine as well, let's go. That's 2 parts of our assault for free. Which is everyone's favourite price. Right. And we're out of here. Zoom, zoom, zoom. Wow. That was some interesting lag. Okay, so our next one is in A3. We're actually close enough that it's probably just as quick just to fly there than go out and back in again. So we'll do exactly that. When this place reverts back to its original inception, even crossing this short stretch, you can't see it because it's not uncovered, this shield wall here that we're about to fly past, the moment that you leave that, even if it's just to fly over to the other shield wall, you'll be in PvP. So basically everything beyond these giant cliff walls will become PvP again. Or that's the current plan, eventually. I will imagine that probably isn't going to happen until Chapter 4, but we'll find out more during their live stream tomorrow. Or I'll probably not catch it live and do the highlights in my own speed. Oh, fuel. Did I bring... I brought plenty because I'm a sensible person. Sometimes. Let me consult the maparoo. Yeah, I think it's... Is it there? That kind of looks like it might be the entrance. It is. Great. Just trying to remember the way, because it's been a while since I've done these. Do you love that music there? A scout wing, I will actually take it. Excuse you. Because it will give me a pump when we recycle it, which we're going to use for our own Thopters parts, but kind of more importantly, water storage. But you can see most of these chests all have exactly the same loot in them. I would imagine we probably won't need any of the Meonic coolers, or however they're called, after this one singular run, but we'll see. Can't even remember what they're for off the top of my head, but I know they're used for something which we will need. Shields up, health down. Okay, again we'll just drop these on the floor in case some passerby needs them. Mark 5 power pack. like would do us in a pinch, but we really don't want to be doing that, seeing as our shield is our primary source of defense. Okay, and we're clear. Okay, that was what, A3? Yeah, so just A2 to go. Which I should know really well, because I think that's the one that drops parts of the Stilsu set that I use when I'm not running Imperial. So honestly, the difference between the Imperial Plastinium Tier 1 and the Duraluminium Saturnine set is negligible. It's like 3% damage mitigation. It's very little. And the Duraluminium set obviously doesn't use Plast for repairs, doesn't use Spice for repairs. It's fantastic. I may well revert back to it actually after this particular set of armor's done with. Okay, so how... well, we'll take stock of what we've picked up after we finish this last station. Came at that at the wrong angle, so I couldn't make it around the corner. Ah, it's this place. Yeah. So, off to the left to find the key. Check this chest, actually. Yeah. God, they chew through shields like even faster than the tougher mobs sometimes, so it's something to be aware of. No, thank you. He just threw 2 grenades. I saw you, buddy. You cheated. I'm actually gonna... Normally I would just go up here, but I'm gonna check the other side, seeing as we are here for the loots. Aha. Nothing. Okay, so now we can just go straight for the chest. But as you can see, like, I could fight my way through these things, but why? I mean, they can't actually hurt me, so I don't need the XP. They're not going to drop anything useful for me. I will kill everything in this room because I want time to kind of pour over the loot. Ooh. Oh, that's... yeah, that's my shield gone. Oh, that's not good. Okay. I don't have my sword. That's not great. Oh well, looks like we're gonna have to kill them all. So thanks to the stability perks, his combo there didn't even stagger me, so... Oh. Ah, you know what? Let's just loot and go. Yeah, no more thought parts. Right. Let's GTFO. No, thank you. So, no assault part from there, but we did pick up... Let's see. We got a booster and we got an engine, which is great. Admittedly, there are two parts which we will want to have at tier 6 eventually, but whilst we're on the scrimp and save plan, they'll do just fine. And we may well come back here and do another row, another round of them, see if we can pull out any more parts a bit later. I believe they're in a 45-minute respawn. It could be 20 minutes though, I'm not entirely sure. I know that when they first came here, they were on a 20-minute cycle and you could literally just keep running them on a loop and getting ridiculous amounts of Solaris. Not that there's much use for it, other than paying your taxes. Because taxes are so fun, they put it in a video game. Yay. Aha! Let's see if we can pull out some duraluminium as well on the way home. As I say, that's going to be our biggest bottleneck. Nope. If we're going to get aluminium, we'll go on an actual dedicated aluminium run. The ore's just too heavy to pick up bits of. Not worth my time. Take the sand though. This kind of feels like it was the path that the sandstorm took, which was ideal. Because it did pass across our base and it was diagonal, so we might find quite a lot on the way home. I mean, if you're just going to straight up give me aluminium, I'll take it. Last thing we don't need or want or can use other than for decorations. There are whole building sets for both House Harkonnen and House Atreides, or House Arthritis and House Heineken as I call them. But this character is unaligned, so it has no faction, no allegiance to either house, and as a consequence has no access to their building sets. Or any interest in the lands round. They may well change that. There were kind of whisperings that a third faction that would come along and their job would be to balance out the progress of the other two houses in the lands round. And if that becomes available, I will definitely be joining that faction. Hopefully after dipping into both of the other factions and being able to betray them and do their quests. But I'm not overly bothered. I suspect our third faction will end up being smugglers, as that was the third faction in the other Dune Funcom game, which was called Spice Wars. And that was Atreides, Harkonnen, and smugglers. So I think the sensible money is that's exactly what they'll do with this one. Still got a trail. No duraluminium. I have noticed we haven't picked any up in the kind of more southerly sectors of the Jeep Desert, so I do wonder if... No, never mind. I'm wrong. Ignore me, as you were. So I guess they can drop from anywhere. I wonder if, like with some of the other loot pools, that there's just higher odds of better volumes the further north you go. But who knows? Like, that was a pretty good spot for something that's just beyond Aero. And we are going to need a whole load of this for... I think our next thing's got to be the large chemical refinery, or medium chemical refinery, actually. I think that's grass, not treasure. Although, depending on the type of grass and who you ask, they may consider grass treasure. Hey, your aluminium. Winner, winner. Yeah, once we've got... Ooh, I do want that. Don't need the food. Once we've got our medium refiner online, chemical refiner that is, technically we've got access to all the end tier materials, which is awesome, but our rate of production for spice is going to be abysmal. So I think probably that'll be the first thing we go for, although I would quite like to get the large refinery up as well. We'll see. We'll do a stock take, as it were, and create a mission plan once we get back. Back at base. Right, house sword. I do want to see if this turns into something useful. Heal kits, who needs those? Just don't take damage, forehead. Oh. He says healing up. But we do have a stack of 20, like, of the good stuff, heal kits, in case we do get into an actual fight with a player. Or if somehow I burn through 20 bandages, which is pretty unlikely. Seeing as you can scavenge full plast ingots, you can scavenge full aluminium, full dura-aluminium. Technically it would be possible to do a run without refining anything, but geez, that would be an insane grind. Definitely not for this week. Probably only for the clinically insane. So maybe I'll do it another week. Okay. Pretty sure there was a thing right there, no? Ah. Wasn't quite on it. $13 more dura-aluminium, which doesn't sound like a lot, but considering we can't produce out here, it's a treasure's worth. More treasure. I'm pretty sure I deconstructed one of those this morning and it didn't give anything useful, so... And we've got a Mark 6 one if we do decide to go back to blood production. I think blood becomes, unfortunately, because I think it would be good if it wasn't, but I think it becomes obsolete so quickly. We should probably take this advanced machinery. What to drop? Heal kits. two right next to each other? And I failed to pick up either of them. Really, game? Okay. I think we do need advanced Holtzman actuators, but I can't remember what for. And I think we've got some already. I'm guessing probably Holtzman shields, but... Okay. I think we'll try not to veer too far away from the course for the base. So I want to get these stuff unloaded and see what we're aiming for next. But anything we find along the way is fair game. I would want to test with another storm, but I'm pretty sure the storms do leave a wake of these buried treasures behind them. I would really like them to be a bit more easy to spot once they've been scanned, though. Haha. So I think it was 68 melange which we needed for the medium refiner. Huh. Whole scanning module. Won't need it, but interesting. You know what? Let's see what it turns into. It might recycle into something useful. What can we get rid of? Honestly, I don't... As good as that pistol is, I don't need another schematic for it. Who knows, maybe somebody else will come by it and go, ooh, free schematic. Wow, so many. Yeah, it has to be behind storms. I'm going to take the opportunity to follow behind the next storm that we see, if I haven't got a full inventory of stuff. Engine, I know, doesn't go deconstruct into anything particularly useful for us. Almost back. And almost fully laden too. So that was a very productive trip to Aero. Let's finish off the fuel. Oh, that's pretty good actually. I think we've still got one left. Let's have a look. Yeah, we've still got one left. I'm quite happy going out with one large fuel, but I usually want two if I'm headed out. They're mediums. The next level chemical refiner will also give us access to better tier fuel, which is good. It's more weight, space efficient. Okay. So, let's just have a look straight away. Refineries. 350. God damn. Oh, actually, it doesn't need that much melange. We've almost got enough already. We are going to need an annoyingly large amount of duraluminium. But I kind of knew that was going to be the case. Body's finished. Let's drop all this off. What am I still carrying that's weighing so much? Oh, right. Okay. So, I think you can go in here. 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 This can go in. Oh, it's full already. Really? Okay. We got enough to build another one? We do. This one. And you know what? We'll stick the assault parts in here as well. I want to see what this recycles into. We'll keep this on us. Sand can go in here. We'll just rename this to crafting. Actually, that's fine. Right. House rapier. Okay, so the rapier, the swords give carbine scraps. The daggers give diamondine dust. This industrial pump, which we want. This, I mean, complex machinery is fine. Do I want to keep a Mark V cutter, right? I just don't. I don't think it's going to be worth it. I think by the time we're using buggies and carryalls, we're probably going to be using Mark VI uniques. So, in the bin. Right, so we need a little bit of spice and a lot of duraluminium. What else is it that we want to be producing? We should be looking at this as well. So this needs plast and quite a lot of melange and cobalt. Let's see. What's it going to cost to produce our assault? Quite, it's all going to be duraluminium. Oops. Is it worth it? That's the question. Do I think it's worth scrounging up all the duraluminium for this? I don't. Oh, and these could be impossible this week. We can definitely get these. Actually, can we? We're getting the tier above these. Maybe we just go straight for a Mark VI when it comes to the Thopter. In which case, how scary is it to make one of these? It's actually pretty doable too. Like, that's very little spice. Only 23 spice? That's huge. That's so good. I mean, the thing is actually huge. But, let's see. Don't really need this anymore. We are going to be using that a lot for a while. Yeah, we're going to have to make space for this. Okay, that's interesting. So, we want spice sand. Duraluminium for our next spice refiner. That's, I think, is probably our next port call. So, duraluminium, spice sand, titanium ore, and stravinium ore. Okay. All doable. So we should have our Thopter storage on us. I don't have as much fuel as I want, so I'm going to pick up some more. How's our compactor looking? Yeah, it's not looking great, to be honest. How much is it going to cost to repair this thing? 15 spice, and that's only going to go up. We'll work it out. Fuel. Maybe it's... yeah, it must be in the refiner. Yep, we'll take 2. And we should probably use up some of this water. Let's get some of this cooking. We're gonna need more of that. Let's sling another body in the juice box. And is there anything to process up here? Aluminium, we'll definitely take the plast. And we'll take the aluminium. We still got 75,000 water. We definitely need to be using that up. How are we doing for capacity? So we're about half-ish. Okay. So we can't make stravinium fibers yet. Because we need the duraluminium. Duraluminium and spice sand, I guess, is the priority. I do fancy, on average, we were getting better hits in terms of the duraluminium from the PvP area. And we'll also stop and pick up a reasonable amount of spice sand when we pass any. I'm just a little bit... yeah, looks like either we or someone else has been here. Dunno, could be anyone. Although I don't remember leaving just one of those inside a container, so I think that might be someone else. That could have been me. We should be able to put quite a lot of spice sand into the storage when we find a decent sized spot. What am I doing? Brain. Thank you. Gonna have to actually stop and repair the scanner in a moment. Thought I saw one here. I'm guessing all those icons there is probably an island. Getting the cobalt paste already made is good, because we will be using a lot of it. Three. Take that. That was our first hit though. Can't even remember how much it needed already, but lots, I think, is the answer. It's like 80 or maybe more. Hopefully we'll find a spice patch before too long. We can just load up on that. That'll help us use up our water. I don't know why I'm picking up the money as well. It's such small amounts. I should actually not pick up the money. It's not actually worth the inventory slot. Pretty sure the engine isn't going to burn down into anything useful either, so we'll leave it. Let's get a little repair on here as well. It's looking very red. I'm kind of looking at the durability on that and already thinking I should have kept that other scanner, but we'll be fine. Hey, spice. Do you know what? I'm not going to do a small spice patch. I will do a medium and swap over and fully load up. Apologies if you can hear banging in the background. My neighbour is doing something. Pretty sure we didn't uncover this one, did we? Am I going mad? Maddening. Yeah, maybe we did. Okay. Let's push on past the spice. Ah. That, however, could be useful. It was interesting to see you can get diamantine dust out of buried treasure. That's really good to know, because I'd never had any. It's obviously stupidly rare, because I've dug up a lot. But the fact that it's in the pool at all is good to know. That's a bad noise. Let's go. You have at it. Be really nice if those wrecks had duraluminium as well, but I think we're safe here. Yeah. Yeah, okay. Let's just not say we did. Hear the Jaws music and you're like, maybe I shouldn't be on the sand. Oh, come on. The janky rubber banding does get old very quickly, I gotta say. Pretty sure I will be dropping the aetheryte again if we need to get some. Well, when we need to get some, I'll do a run exclusively for that, with that in mind. It's a little more deep. If I had a gun, I would shoot you and cook you. But I do not, so you're safe. Although, I might try blowing one up with a rocket launcher at some point, just to see if it's possible. Rocket launchers can't be manually aimed, so they have to lock on, so... If you can lock onto one while deep, then it's because somebody in the development team thought, hey, it would be cool if you could shoot these things with a rocket launcher. Let's get rid of this now. Getting very little duraluminium. You can see how rare it is. And it's a bit of an annoying bottleneck even in Hagga, because I believe aluminium was the last phase that was available in pre-release. And the processing times for aluminium were extremely high. And they still are. Like, you can produce other materials of higher quality in less time. And you need aluminium to produce duraluminium too. As well as jasmium, which is the only thing you can't, so far, that I haven't found out in the deep desert somewhere. And thankfully it's only used in the production of duraluminium, so you can kind of get away with not needing it. Admittedly, you could produce a lot more duraluminium if there was somewhere where you could get jasmium out in the deep desert, but there isn't, so there's that. Even a couple of nodes would make this process of trying to scavenge for duraluminium much easier. thankfully we're mostly going to be using it in the production of buildings, so once we've got the building we're kind of going to be set. So yeah, these are definitely going to be needed for the assault, but it looks like the lower tier version of those is harder to come by, which are used for the Mark 5s, which we're not building, so that's fine. Surprised we haven't come across a large or medium spice build yet. And I guess I have been meandering for these treasures quite a lot. I would say as soon as we're full up on volume, we will switch over to storage and actually just go hunting for a spice, if we don't stumble across some soon. See, yeah, there's lots of blooms. Maybe we'll just head towards one of those. Yeah, okay. Let's hope this one's a medium. It kind of looks like it is. We'll only stop for stuff that's in line with this. Oh my god, it's so cold here. My hands are going numb. Eek. I know beggars can't be choosers, but I'm not stopping for a small patch. We're gonna load up in one trip on a medium. Or maybe even a spice crater at this rate. So you have 50% durability on this compactor already. It's a bit scary. Friend of mine's just texted me and said, "Kill a sandworm for me." Yeah, it doesn't work that way, my friendo. I don't think this drops them. I don't think any of the adept stuff is worth it. I will take one just to double check, but I'm pretty sure we need the next tier up. Yes, killing Shaialud, not a thing. Riding it, potentially a thing in the future, despite them saying it wasn't going to be on pre-release, like, and there were no plans. They have since had their community manager, I think, come out and say it's been something that they're working on or considering, something like that. I don't know. Their communication is not the best. This has got to be a medium. Like, for this, for the spice explosion, the spice bloom to still be up after this long, it's got to be at least a medium. I think it must be a medium. I think the larges have more of a kind of nuke mushroom cloud. Yeah, I wonder if I'm going to just end up making like an aluminium tier compactor temporarily. Will kind of suck because they cause a lot more aggro than this one, but yeah, this is a medium, which will be fine for our needs. And it's completely untouched, which is awesome. Let's see if we can avoid calling a worm while we detach our booster and put some storage on. And let's see, sort by volume, dump the heaviest stuff into storage. Get compacting. Shouldn't take very long at all to build this thing up. I was playing a few days ago and there was this kind of rumbling. I was like, oh no, the worm's coming. But I don't see any worm sign. And then I realised it was my stomach. They do have a weird noise that they make. As does my stomach sometimes. Power pack's about to break. That's not good. Not good at all. We have got a spare. Do we have it on us? We do. That's good. Oh, that's worm sign. Off to the east-southeast. Let's get out of this spice cloud so we can actually see him. How are we doing? Over halfway full already. So I should think we'll probably be able to pick up enough from this next. Kind of go on the sand, as it were. Let's wait for the worm sign to disappear completely. I don't know which way he went. Sometimes they can kind of swing back round and patrol through without causing any worm sign, which is terrifying. Oh goodness. I'm always nervous when the camera angle changes because as you're about to get eaten, the camera kind of pans out to like a cinematic view in the game. So whenever I see the camera kind of change its angle on its own, it's kind of like, what's going on?
Sector weather alert. A large sandstorm.
Okay, sandstorm is something I do need to be cautious of whilst I'm running storage, because although I can kind of keep pace with it, I can't outrun it without a booster. But we should be okay. I saw some rocks off to the west, which will give us enough shelter if we need it. Storage is full, so as soon as we're full, we're out of here. Hopefully we can get there without calling a worm. Yeah, no problem. Perfect. Right. Let's be getting home. Oh, just to see a worm arrive too. Right, let's go.
Sector weather alert. A large sandstorm is approaching.
So let's see, how much sand is that? That is, call it 3,535 large, which is fine. I think it's enough for the refiner. We just need to pick up the duraluminum for it. The chemical refiner, that is. I might see if we can do the medium refiner without doing the chemical medium refiner. The medium spice refiner, I mean. Let's have a look. This one. Here. So this is plast. I need the 135, so what's that? It's going to be like 70 melange, which is not too bad, I guess. This is... Huh. No, we're definitely making this next. Oop. The amount of times I've been in the menu and come out and I've just been landed on the sand for God knows how long. I should have been eaten so many times. I've just got lucky. Although, to be fair, there was plenty of times in the early launch of the game where I got eaten because of bugs, so... Easy come, easy go, I guess. It all balances out, maybe. Despite my ridiculous amount of hours in the game, I still enjoy gliding across the dunes. Something very relaxing about it. So one of the advantages of building out in the deep desert, even if you're relatively new to the deep desert, it is worth building production out here for things that you're going to, for resources you're going to mine, or harvest I should say. Firstly because, honestly, running backwards and forwards to Hagga Basin gets old pretty quickly, and takes a lot of time. But also, all of the structures that you build out here only require 30% of the building costs. Ooh, crafting costs are reduced by 25%. I may have to get an Atreides friend to kick off some spice production for me. So, although my faction is neutral, the Landstrad benefits, so for this week, House Arthritis has a 25% reduction in crafting costs. This applies to whoever uses the machine. So even if they didn't build it, if you've got a friend, you give them access to your refinery, they can produce things at 25% less. So what we're running at the moment is 100 sand for 1 melange, so it would be 75 sand for 1. Which is great, you know. If I spot someone out here online, I will probably get them to come and press the button. Most of the people on this server are Atreides. Home sweet home. So we do want to actually make a Penna shield soon. We're going to need one once we get an assault, because assaults cannot be put into a backup tool the way that other things can, like scouts. Of course, there's a spice plume like less than a kilometre from us now. Oh well, I think we'll just go and pick it up in a sec though. Let's get this spinning. 38. So that's going to be 40. Let me double check this again. Refineries. Yeah, so that's going to be enough spice. So actually we just need the duraluminum. Okay. I'm still going to go and grab that spice though, seeing as it's practically on our doorstep. Oh my god, that's got to be one of the large ones, right? No, that is a medium. It's just a fresh blue. Looks very mushroom cloudy though. But yeah, that's a medium. I think we've got 2 craters relatively close by. They're actually quite spread out this week. Our nearest one is G4. But we'll quickly fill up on this stuff. Ah, crap, I've still got some stuff in my inventory. That's fine. I do need to make sure I don't break my compactor before I get enough duraluminum for the chemical refiner. Otherwise we'll never be able to repair it. Okay, that pile just vanished for some reason. Surely we're calling a worm now. They do seem to have slightly more aggro tolerance on very fresh spice explosions, but not much. Be very surprised if we don't see one turn up before I finish picking up these piles. Oh, yep, there he is. Let's get out of the dust. So generally speaking, the darker the purple, the more dense the patches, but not always. I think it's supposed to always be that way, but in practice I've definitely found some pretty high yields off of even pale parts of the patch. Pale parts of the patch sounds like a tongue twister. It's going to feel so much better once I can actually produce both spice and plast. Which means in theory I can repair any of my gear. Whoop! There she blows. Get in the vehicle, please. Okay. How are we doing for space? in the early days there were bugs that would cause the worm to appear above the sand, and by above the sand I mean 500 meters in the sky. Affectionately known by those that became the poor victims of them as fly halud, which made me chuckle. Right, this should fill up the scout. It did. So now we just fill up our pockets. Put it with the Jaws music. Give us the nice orchestral crescendos instead. I think one more and we're good. Yep. Okay. Up and away! So unfortunately I think we're going to have to try and use the rest of our durability on our power pack and our compactor to gather the duraluminium we need for the medium chemical refiner. Once we've got that, we can create stravinium, and with stravinium and titanium ore, you can, stravinium fiber I should say, you can produce plastanium, which is the top tier metal. Top tier metal plus spice covers most of your bases. We're going to find a little bit of a struggle for some of the parts for our Mark 6 Assault, but we'll cross that bridge when we get to it. For now, we need a bit more melange and more, unsurprisingly, duraluminium. So let's get all this cooking and offload the sand. This one. Queue it up as well. This is a very inefficient way to extract melange, but for now it'll do fine. I want to see how much duraluminium exactly we need. So we need 67. 67 is gonna take a bit of time, but we need it. If I need another compactor, or I should say when I do, none of those, none of those. Aha. So 9 more would give us a new Mark 5. I think that may be what we need to do, because I don't think we can get spice infused aluminium dust out here. Yeah, it's a bit of a circuitous route, but yeah, we get 9 more, come back, make a Mark 5, and then use that to gather the 75, was it? Yeah, okay, so we need 84 in total. So let's go to the PvP zone. Oh, let's finish offloading all my stuff. Go to the PvP zone, and we are gonna just stop for duraluminium. I think. This can go in here, and this. So Kidjal, yeah. So okay, so the Adept Kidjal can give time dust, which is definitely something we need. Can we repair our power pack? We could. And you know what? We probably should. Ah. We can actually repair this. Huh. Options. Fuck it. Power pack for now. It's probably a mistake, but it's done now. Oh, let's switch back over to boosters. Quit dancing, Mr. Thorpton. Stick these on, repair them up. I should probably make myself some more repair wire too. It's only made from metal scraps, which are everywhere until you get into the far end of the deep desert, and then they're almost nowhere. In fact, I'm pretty sure the last 2 rows just don't have any outside of wrecks and stations. But they are pretty prolific out here in the kind of mid and lower range of the map. Right. Where haven't we really been very much? I wish you could zoom out more as well. Okay, let's just go due northwest. Picking up anything we can along the way. And if we do happen to see any players out there, maybe we'll go and have a little fight. The majority of the community here on this server now don't do a lot of PvP. And as a consequence, most of the time, not all the time, but most of the time when I meet people, although I will engage in ground combat, I tend not to finish them off. Sometimes I do, but most of the time I don't. Just like have a little fight and let them get up, see if they want to fight some more, and if they want to leave, let them leave. I've had quite a few nice duels. I did some 2v1 last week, which was fun. One guy hung around for quite a while and did quite a few rounds. The other guy, after I put him into a prone position. Why is that about to run out of power? Huh. After I put him in a prone position, he got in his Thopter, and then I pointed my rocket launcher at his Thopter and he ran away. Which is fair, you know, not everyone likes PvP. And the game is most definitely designed so that those that wish not to engage are able to get away, which I also agree with. Unfortunately, as part of that design change, they did make some significant changes to... yeah, we don't need that. To some of the melee skills, which previously would kind of snare an opponent, reduce the increase the amount of stamina that they had to use, all that kind of stuff, and they essentially removed most of it, making a move called Crippling Strike pretty useless, as it affectionately got known on their Discord, Tickling Strike, which I thought was very apt after the change. It still has some utility, but it's just... there are better skills now to be using, which is kind of sad, because it was a fun one. Also fun to be on the receiving end of, but it had its limitations, like it could be blocked, it could be parried, like... there was plenty of things that it could be countered with. Heck, I think even a knee charge goes over the top of one, so... I am going to keep picking up this cobalt paste that we find, even though I said I'm only picking up duraluminum, just because I know we're going to run through a lot of cobalt paste too. There's got to be somebody else, or is this me earlier? I think this is me earlier, right? Yeah. Okay. Yeah, because this was the middle stopping at that spice patch. We can kind of semi-be on the lookout for somewhere that we might like to pop up a PvP base to. There are building restrictions on a lot of places, so anywhere that has a control point, anywhere that has like a cave point of interest, have quite large no build zones around them for fairly obvious reasons. And I always like to find somewhere where I can embed the pentashield anchor points inside the rock, which I'm not sure if it's entirely designed to let people do that, but it does make it significantly harder to raid. Although we don't get a lot of people that would be likely to raid it on this server. Me being one of the people that would raid a base. And you know, if we do see someone that's got a base out here, well then we'll definitely go and raid it. Some poor French guy last week, I said in chat, I said, whoever's base this is out in F5, you do realise it's in PvP, it's not in PvE, and it's totally raidable. No one said anything. Half an hour went past. And then I said, okay, well, I guess they're going to find out next sandstorm. So the way that base raiding works in this game is, provided the base has power, even in the PvP zone it can't be attacked, it can't suffer any damage, because it is protected by a shield. When a sandstorm passes over, it disables the shield for 5 minutes, so you can then damage the structures for 5 minutes. Which, in practice, means you have 5 minutes to ideally knock out their sub-thief, which is the main command console for the base. If you can't do that, if you can knock out a significant number of power units that the power usage exceeds the production, then when the 5 minutes after the sandstorm is up, the base shields won't come back online and you can take more time to find the sub-thief. Once the sub-thief has been taken out, you can actually just take out your build tool and dismantle the base and get the materials back from it. You can also access all the storage containers. You can access storage containers just by blowing them up if the shield's not up, but you would lose any potential material that was used to construct the storage. So ideally you take out the sub-thief and then dismantle the entire base. Or, if you want to take ownership of it, place your own sub-thief and try not to do any collateral damage beyond the sub-thief. Usually some is required though. I've done a few raids. In fact, my current loadout is designed to be able to raid bases and burn through ornithopters that are parked in unsuitable locations, like PvP places. Did have a group of 4 thopters outside a PvP station, and again kind of told them don't park your thopters outside PvP stations, and got ignored. So I burnt the chassis out of all of them. They were not happy because they were stranded. And then I kind of said, well, look, you can go and get another vehicle, come back, deconstruct the vehicle, build a new chassis, and reattach the parts. Because I only burnt out the chassis. Everything else was totally repairable. But it wouldn't fly, was the point. So they came back with an assault, dutifully dismantled all the other thopters, ready to take it back, and then left the assault outside the station and went to try and do the station again. I mean, I'd already promised I wouldn't go after the second one, but I could have popped open the storage on the assault and taken all of their thopter parts. Which would have been incredibly mean, but also kind of within fair game. It's totally legit game strategy-wise, it's just kind of morally a dick move, so I chose not to. Most of the people on our server are lovely. The ones which were less lovely have all moved on, which is great. Unfortunately, we have also lost some of the lovely ones that got bored waiting for content, which is totally fair enough. I mean, I'm doing this challenge week because there isn't enough content, and I'm kind of making my own by putting it into hard mode. Getting super lucky with all these treasures, though. Not necessarily what we're getting out of them, but the amount that we're seeing is good. What did I say we needed? 84, ideally. We've got 20. Eek. I do wonder if there's some way of recycling to get power, military grade power regulators. We can get the overclocked ones, they're not actually too hard to find. But, ooh, but the lower tier ones, see, this is a rare stash. Like, you don't see this kind of amount of stuff inside buried treasure caches very often. Unfortunately, no dura-aluminium, but a diamond titan dust is good. The pumps are good. These, yeah, so these are the upgraded version of the thing that I'm looking for, which is just a military grade power regulator, I think it's called. And it's required for the tier 2 weapons bench. Bit of a seam in the desert there. Don't know if that's coming through on stream, but that's kind of funny. Somebody's obviously done the old copy pasta with the sectors and just not moved it over enough. There was, I think they fixed it, but there was a testing station that allowed you to pass through a wall and go under the map. And that was entertaining for a while. I did report it, I might add. All of the bugs that I've encountered, I do report. Sometimes they get fixed, sometimes they don't. But hey, if you don't tell them, they haven't got a chance, right? Did I pick up fuel? I did. That's so nice being sensible sometimes. What sector are we in? I am going the wrong way. I want to be going northwest. Well, in fact, I want to be going west a lot. That's an interesting spot for a PvP base. Definite potential. So when I'm looking for a potential PvP base, I'm looking for somewhere where I can anchor at least 2 points inside the rock to be able to hang a pentashield off. Generally speaking, you want an overhang. You can do it with a single pentashield, provided there's like a dip. Let's see if we can find somewhere that's kind of dippy in the way that I'm talking about. Oh, look at this. This would also make quite a nice... Yeah, that would be great. Little basin there. Yeah, let's see if I can find somewhere that's got a recessed bit of sand. Nothing obvious there. See, this, weirdly, like you could make this work. This single column here. You build inside of this, anchor a wall left, right, anchor a wall left, right, and then a box over the top. You couldn't actually do it here though, because that's a cave and it's too close to a no build zone. But you could do it like there. In fact, I've done one in this rock formation there before. I try to make sure that I build in like a different type of rock formation each week for PvP basis, so I get a practice on layout. Because there are once you've put in the ungodly amount of hours that I have, you get to see the repeating patterns of the rock formations. To the casual observer, it seems fairly random, but actually there's a limited pool of layouts of rocks that can spawn. So I think they've all been actually probably quite carefully designed, and then they get kind of randomly placed based on the layout that's available that week. I think there's probably half a dozen different deep desert layouts, maybe more, maybe less, not quite sure. The information's probably available online somewhere. I haven't found anywhere that does historic maps in terms of between this date and this date, this is what it looked like, etc. And I haven't been taking snapshots from those that do weekly ones. I'm still going east. What is wrong with my brain? Right, we need to go due west now, because we're on the top row. Purple stuff, not right now. Is that a wreck? Might be. If so, we should at least uncover it. So you get experience just for uncovering points of interest on the map each week. So even if you don't stop at any of them, if you just fly close enough, you'll actually get experience, which is great if you're still leveling up. Deep Desert's a great place for exploration XP. I won? Oh, I did make it west. Well done, me. Okay. And that is a wreck, so let's gather these treasures. And we'll run through and do that wreck while we're here, especially since we don't have storage attached yet, so... 38. 38 Duraluminium's pretty good, though. I'm not complaining about that at all. Game? Okay. Apparently it's not there, even though it says it is there. Really? Thank you. I'm gonna just go back and check that other one didn't appear. It did appear. Interesting. I guess the animation of it digging up just failed. And it was worth it. For the extra duraluminium. Right, let's go straight in. Take them down. So always looking for the lowest corner of these wrecks and looking for this rectangular porthole to come in by. Puts you right down next to the door. pop her open, grab the key. Oops, try not to hit your head on the ceiling. I think we'll be alright without needing to hydrate more. Okay. Let's bring this sword guy over here. Dink. Here, hold this. So it's with the Mark 5 shield, it's and Mark 6 battery pack. You can easily tank one AR mob whilst fighting another one. Tanking 2 is just about doable as long as you finish off the one you're fighting quickly. Anything more than that, you kind of want to break line of sight on at least one of them. Oh, hello. You were keen. Hold my knife. Again, I'll just loot this and stick it on the ground because I don't need it. So those wrecks are mostly useless for us. We will use the spice infused plastinium, but I think you get slightly more out of doing testing stations, so if we come up short on that, that's where we'll go to get those. I'm surprised amongst all the treasures we've dug up, we haven't dug up a single schematic yet. They can be looted from these buried treasures, but they're kind of rare. Clearly. Let's go south and then east. How are we looking in terms of clearing? I've actually been quite a lot around. You know what? Let's go due east. Along I-Row. And we'll go all the way up to I-9 and then curl back to base. Should have enough fuel for that. It will be so nice when we're done with the duraluminum tier though. It's going to be great. It's not too far off. We're going to need it for the spice refinery and the chemical refinery. And then after that we're on to plastinium, which ironically is much easier to get out here, even though it's higher level. And I would say, based on a small sample size, that the drop rate of duraluminum is higher in PvP. Sure, there was like 2 right here. No, there it is. $44, let's go. It's like half of what we need, really, for the last 2 stations. Refinement stations, I mean. Processing stations. that wasn't the stream, that's literally how it looked on screen. Just bouncing up and down. Because reasons. Ooh, looks like we have got someone out here harvesting spice. Unless that was us, which it could have been. Can't remember where we where the medium was that we first harvested from, but that could well have been it. Nice. 3. If only every single one had 3 in them, huh? Wouldn't that be nice? I think this might have been where we were harvesting, you know? Yeah, that kind of looks like the pattern I made. Let's see. Yeah, and it is a patch that we had already recorded, so I think that probably was us. There we go. That's also kind of good to know that the even if the dig up animation doesn't play, the treasure still comes to the surface. Because it should do... No, that one didn't do it either. Interesting. Looks like it's just given up playing that animation. Oh, turn. Nice. God, there's loads out here. Not complaining. $51, let's go. It's actually happening way faster than I thought it would. It does seem like this eye row is particularly good for them. So maybe we'll just be doing it out here in the future. Of course now it's not going to give us any, but I've said it was pretty good. Yay. 54. 26. So I may put a little bit of the radio show stuff on whilst we're farming up here. Some of it is entertaining, at least the first time you hear it. But I'm quite enjoying the music at the moment. Just little ambient strings and things. East. The beast from the east. More, 30 more. You need to keep half an eye on fuel. And that could end up being our limiting factor here. That was another one used up, so we've got one more medium left. So we should probably head back when we're kind of mostly empty on this tank. That's the kind of animation that I expect to see on every one, but clearly it doesn't always play that animation. Probably something to do with the depth of the treasure and things. It probably is playing, it's just below the surface, like here. So we've definitely got enough to make another compactor, which is great, because this one is going to run out soon. But I would love to get enough for... Oh, in fact, yeah, if we build the medium refinery, chemical refinery, we can actually make all the ingredients we need to fix this one up, which is probably a better idea. Although I do kind of like the idea of having a kind of crappy version just for doing treasure hunting. I might do that actually. Yeah, make an aluminium one for treasure hunting and keep this one for compacting spice sand. Sensible. Or good batting, think, man. We are still in Iro, right? Yes, we are. Good. That's where I want it to be. So many treasures out here. bet there's a whole load of resources that I'm not picking up here that I probably should be, but I don't care. I am bearer of very small brain, so I am single-mindedly going for cobalt paste and duraluminum. Oops. Nice. We are definitely getting there. 21 to go. As long as my mathing is mathing right. 84 we needed, I think. So we need 15 more. Shiny, let's go. I think we should be able to get there with this compactor before it needs repairing. I think. But I still think it's a good idea to make an aluminium one for doing this in the future. Just to not put extra wear on the thing that costs blast and it's melange to repair. Another 3. I think these do recycle into something useful, but it's so heavy. Nah, we're not taking it. I recycled one of the that I got this morning when I was just out here doing this, and I think it's insulated fabric it recycles into, which is semi-rare out here too, but I don't think we'll actually be needing any for this challenge run. I think it's only used in the production of glitterjons and still suits. Neither of which we should need to make a fresh one of, unless we get absolutely destroyed in PvP and PvE repeatedly, which I think is pretty unlikely. Did that work? Yes. Yeah, I think fuel's actually going to be what causes us to have to head back. I think once I get down to about 15% left, I'll refuel and then we'll fly back. I definitely don't want to be caught out in the deep, deep desert with no fuel. I-5, so we're only halfway across an IRO. Ooh. I guess. These things can drop irradiated cores, which we are probably going to need for our spice generators when we get that far. Fortunately, they drop quite a lot when they drop them. I don't need either of these, but we'll drop them in case anyone comes by. Do want those. No cores. Interesting. We'll take the complex machinery. Oh, and we're full. That's kind of annoying, but good, I guess. Yeah, let's head back, drop all this off. I could bit the storage and we could carry on, but honestly, I think we just drop a marker here. We'll come back and carry on after we dropped off. Probably get some stravinium cooking as well. Use up some of the water, replace the body. Have a stretch. And crash. Multi-talented. Oh, Jesus. And pick up some more fuel. maybe make that aluminium compactor, actually. That's probably sensible. Got no idea what they need, but I think at this point we actually have a reasonable amount of almost everything. So we should be good. Which for day 2 is surprising. I'm surprised we progressed this quickly, actually. Like, I did maybe a couple of hours this morning just expanding the base to make more room. Getting mostly iron and shit, the other thing you need to make steel that I can't think of at the moment. And that was basically it. Oh, that's bugging me now. Carbon ore. So we will still stop for some treasures here. If we get any duraluminium, then we'll just chuck something else out. Do want that. We can do without that and that. Oh, we've actually got loads of space. Huh. Yeah, okay. Because we've got so much scrap metal on us. I'm actually going to keep going. See if we can get that 84. Because we're real close now. Do want that. Oh, not south, north. We'll uncover up to like I-9, and we will have been to both corners of the deep desert, as far north as you can go. Three more to go, I think. I think there will be a little bit more of a grind for some more duraluminium for death stills, but I don't mind doing a little bit of that offline, off stream rather. But I do want to get like the major stuff up together on stream. Look, there's another one. It had almost exactly the same thing. So that's an entire Mark III buggy. Like just there in the sand. It's interesting. I think we just need like one more. Oh, hello. Huh. Someone's been spice mining? I think that's a crawler underneath the carriole. If we didn't have loads of duraluminum, I would go and say hello, but at the moment we do not really want any altercations. They probably haven't seen me yet either, because they're not looking this way. But it looks like they may be solo. Yeah, take this. How much are we doing? Oh, we are at 84. I'm going to get one more because I don't trust my mathing to math right. And then we will head back. Watch us burn through all the fuel trying to find one more. So what's up here? Okay, so there's a crater in H8. Nice. Let's go and uncover that crater because we should be pretty close. Yeah, let's do that, and then at least we know where it is. Just saves us coming all the way back out here just to uncover it again later. So our compactor about to go.
Sector weather alert. A large sandstorm is approaching.
So, water's getting low, fuel's getting low, sandstorm's on the way, compactor's about to break. So obviously we'll just carry on. Because I'm smart. Oh, hello. Of course, the compactor is now going to cost more to repair than what we saw it was going to cost before, because the lower something gets, the more materials it requires to repair, which is totally fair. I think house swords gave carbine scraps, and I think rapiers gave something else. Can you let me in, game? Thank you. Let's take a little sippy sip.
Sector weather alert. A large sandstorm is approaching.
We got 5 minutes. We should be able to make it to the crater and back, depending how many treasures I find. Should probably be vaguely keeping my eyes open for rock formations in case we do get caught out by the storm. Always know where your exits are. See one up there to the north. You know what? I kind of want to know what this transforms into. It's ways too much. It's not worth it. When I say transform, I mean recycles. It's probably total garbage, but it's just good to know. It being a Mark IV, it's almost definitely not going to be anything useful.
Sector weather alert. A large
Speaking of
sandstorm
4 minutes to go, 3 kilometers out. Plenty of places to hide on the right there. To the south, southeast. Like, I just want to get eyes on this crater and then I'm good. We need to make space. What else can go? That can go. These can go. 7 complex machinery. That doesn't really weigh anything either. So from me deciding that I was only going to pick up the aluminium, see how much crap we've got in our inventory. Yeah. Whoops. It's fine. It's fine. Okay.
Sector weather alert. A large
3
sandstorm
minutes.
is approaching.
Okay. Oh, we definitely want that. What can I chuck out? Shit. You know what? Chucking out the cobalt paste. I can get that actually easily. It's not really a problem. It saves us a bit of time and water having it, but that's stuff we can actually produce. Whereas the duraluminum is something we cannot produce. Also, those are valuable. Because those require stravinium ore to be processed into stravinium fiber, and then titanium ore to be added to the stravinium fiber, just to make one ingot. So it's a lot of processing, it's a lot of water, there's a lot of materials. H8 in the upper right-ish quadrant is where we should find it. If I go up, we should see it actually. Yeah, there it is. We'll just go and do a low flyby of it so that it's cleared on the map, and I can then completely forget it's here. No, if I'm looking up at this quadrant, I'll know exactly where it is. Sandstorm's coming from the west. We're probably going to have to find shelter somewhere before we make it back to base, but we'll see. We could just go due south. We may be able to fly around it. Unlikely, but possible. Yeah, very unlikely. What I will do is get my still tent ready in case we need to jump onto the sands. So it is possible to fly through a sandstorm. It is a really bad idea, and it will shred your ornithopter incredibly quickly, but it can be done.
Sector weather alert. A large sandstorm is approaching.
Okay, 1 minute. Yeah, no rock formations nearby either. What do we have? Yeah, so I've got my loadout that will enable us to sprint for rock if we need it. But I think if we just head due south, we'll avoid it. Probably. Maybe. We'll see. It's definitely very close. this is far south enough it's gonna miss. Yeah, we're good. More treasures, more duraluminium that I can't pick up. No, actually we've got a bit of space now. I've thrown out the cobalt paste. Cobalt paste was twice as heavy when the game first came out, which was crazy. Although, to be fair, I think I saw one of the streams about it, and they actually did some research on how much cobalt weighs, and they were like, yeah, cobalt paste would be hugely heavy. It's like, of all the things to try and make realistic, the weight of cobalt paste really shouldn't have been high on your list. In fact, it shouldn't even have made your list. Especially seeing as you have two types of metal that don't even exist. But my immersions. I need cobalt to weigh the right amount, said no player ever. It's been a very good haul for duraluminium. Oops. Let's just repair our scanner. It looks like it's about to fall off. Better. So I'm hoping we'll be able to both repair this and build the medium refiner. That's the plan. Medium chemical refiner. Ooh. Nah, not for. Not worth. Ah, you know what? Let me grab it anyway. That's the sort of thing that may tear down into something useful. Don't see generators that often. Yes, yes. I pass through my body, it's fine. That almost ended up under the desert. Well, it's definitely going to be nice to come back with more duraluminium than I had planned use for. Even if it's just a bit. Little bit worried about the compactor being completely broken before we get back, but only a little bit. Fuck it. Who needs a repair wire? We're only 6 kilometers from base. We'll be fine. Watch me completely forget to make a new batch and go out without any and get stuck where there's no melt. Do you love those strings though? That music. Yeah, the clipping when it was just like, nope, we're now gonna dig a sandcastle. Yeah. It do be like that sometimes, unfortunately. And as it was fighting to get through my body, it was also pushing itself right down into the sand. I think it can no longer kind of pop through the sand layer and fall through the scenery, but it used to do that a lot. There's also a thing when you're, so you can see those mountains in the distance are kind of a bit blobby compared to that that's got its texture loaded in. Sometimes the textures just don't load in at all, even when you get really close. And if you attempt to land on them when they don't have their texture, they're actually semi-solids, so you can pass through them as well, and then the texture loads in and you're trapped. So that's fun. I've lost a couple of vehicles that way. Now I just wait for the texture to load in. It's some of them. Some of the caves that you go into, you kind of break this like wind moisture seal on the cave, and normally they've got a few bad guys in them, but sometimes there's just no floor, like at all. And I reported that as a bug a few times, like bug report. Please, could I have some floor, please? Skakwin. I'm told it means something in Russian, but I can't remember what it was. Some sort of slang, I think. There's been a few nice Russian players on here. A few nice Germans, good French folk, some excellent Spaniards. It's been a real melting pot on the EU servers. One of the guys that I basically learnt PvP from was a Russian guy. He was good at it. Like, I don't care enough about finding out what that melts into to not take the duraluminum instead. There'll be other opportunities. Some of the stuff while the Thopter's trying to find like where it wants to rest are hilarious. It's just got like restless leg syndrome on the Ornithopter leg, just kind of jiggling around. Makes you chuckle. There's a great shot on one of the discords of one where the Thopter has its legs like held up in the air against nothing, and it's right next to an edge. It looks like it's holding its hands up, sort of saying, "Don't push me." That was funny. Right, I think we just need to beeline back. We are essentially now full of duraluminum. 103 of our 175 carry weight is duraluminum. There's the Spacers Guild, what are they called? They're like transport ships, but they've got a name. Forgotten. Skyliners or something like that. And they are transported by the Travelers Guild through folding space. That one seems to have a bit of a problem deciding whether or not it's in front of or behind the stars, but that's okay. And we made it back to PPE. Stash. Building tool. Build me this. Please don't run out of power. Fuck. Well, we can definitely turn this off because it's just a crap version of that. And look at that. We're absolutely perfect for power. Whee! So, now we can produce stravinium fiber, which we are going to need a lot of. We can also produce large fuel, which is helpful, and we can produce spice-infused fuel cells, which we'll be using, but later. I believe cobalt paste and silicon blocks also require less of the raw materials, so it's just more efficient at processing. This is still going. We've got a lot queued up, which is fine. Can we repair our compactor? Or did I just spend everything I needed? Yeah, I spent everything I needed. Okay. Let's recycle some of these other bits. Yeah, we got the dust. And it is scraps that come out of those. Looks like I've still got stuff on me though. Nope. We're good. And we've got 2 more fuel. We don't really need the bandages, but I will keep them. So is it just spice that we really need? Yeah. I mean, we are going to need more plast, but we're kind of working on that. So, this one. Plastanium, gonna need a lot. More melange, gonna need that. That's fine. Cobalt paste. Actually, we could do a good cobalt paste run now. Especially since I just chucked a load into the sand. Stick another body on. And then what we'll do is we'll fly out to the Aetheryte cave. Stick the storage on the scout. And then load up with Aetheryte. And that should actually keep us in cobalt paste for quite a while. Oh yeah, and get repair wire. Just make a stack of this, and we'll sling the rest away. Get back to repairing this. Okay, I believe our Aetheryte cave is in B2, although... Like, where are we exactly? We are in E5. So there is one in E9 versus B2. Like, there's almost nothing in it. And the one in B2 is in PBE, so... May as well head that way. B3, sorry. Yeah, in fact, let me check that. So that's, call it 8.7 versus 11. Yeah, so it's actually just fractionally closer to go to the B3 one. And safer. Oh, I can't turn my thruster off. Oh no, I was pressing the wrong button, that's why. Although that is a bug that some people have experienced, where they can't turn their thruster off. And you kind of have to crash land it, jump out, and jump back in again. Which most of the time is fine, unless you're actually coming under enemy fire, in which case you're probably just gonna die. Okay. Let's have a quick look and see how many players are on our server at the moment. This one. A whole 11 players. And that isn't just out here in the deep desert, that could be including those in Hagga. Which is why they're bringing out the capacity for players to pack up their bases, and soon an ability for players to change servers before the inevitable mergers happen and you get moved in order for them to save money. So it should be that cave. You're not gonna let me put a marker game? Okay. There we go. Actually, maybe it's this one. Yeah, it's this one. So, let's refuel. Let's remove the boosters. Let's stick on the storage. Pop open the cave. And we'll take some of this with us. I don't think I'd fit a whole nother load in, and it'd be a shame to waste, so I'll just drop this inside. And we'll do 2 nodes at a time. That was a bit of an abrupt cut in the music. Okay, yeah, this should be enough aetheryte to keep us going for a little while. Come on. I'll bring some more fuel with me as well. Is there anything else I could do with? I guess a bit more aluminium would also be fine. Although we're almost full already. Sure, we'll take some iron while I'm here. I think this is like the only island on the map that has iron. So we'll just fill up on that. We won't need iron, but we may need steel. There we go. That looks like the music came back. So it is possible, by using the right glide pattern, to actually use 0 fuel. Go the entire length of the deep desert. Well, nearly 0 fuel, certainly without using the dragonfly mode and without using a booster. There's a few tutorials online on like how to do it and min-max it, but it's kind of cool. It's a good feature. Of course, if you do run out of fuel whilst you're in the air and you haven't got enough height, you ain't going anywhere. I wonder who's been there. So this is going to give us the cobalt we need, and the next thing we're going to go for is a whole load of stravinium and then a whole load of titanium to get the plast we need to get the upgraded spice refiner. And then when that's in place, it's literally then we got 3. Well, I suppose we haven't done the weapon benches either. No, we've got some work to do still. And I do want to put up one of each of the power type generators, so perhaps we'll get a couple of wind turbines up and running shortly. So let's offload all of this. I'm going to change this around. No, actually, we are going to use it with storage. Oops. Let's just pocket it away. Right, let's get this cobalt paste running. So, out of curiosity, so this uses 3 and 75. And this uses 2 and 75, so it's just strictly better. Let's make 200 because I don't want to use all of the water. And we're also going to need to interrupt this queue to produce more stravinium soon anyway. What did we need? For this we need like 39 more cobalt paste, which is fine, that's in the pipe. We need 55 spice and 120 plast. That's nearly there, so one more spice run will be enough. Let's see, what did I say, 120 plast, something like that. I do want to just make that up, but we'll make this first. Is it worth using up the water? You know what, I don't think it is. We'll just leave it like that for now. Especially while we're not overproducing on water particularly. I will make up some lubricant for a turbine. Let's make like 10. I can't remember how much. How quickly it uses it, because I don't normally use wind power. Yeah, let's make like 10 of those too. And we'll actually produce the thing for producing the power now. What does this take? Okay, I mean we're pretty close to that too, but let's get one of these up. Where should we put it? Let's put it... Thing is, if I put it on one of these roofs, I'm gonna forget it's there and destroy the roof. But hey, whatever. Oh, let's just stick out on the landing pad, it's fine. So you can put these things in, so in the bottom left, oh, it's not actually showing it. So in the bottom left, or mid left, you can see it says unsheltered. You can have wind protection in a sheltered state and it still produces power, which is kind of helpful, which means you can actually put it behind a penta shield as well, which makes no sense, but it is what it is. And by putting it behind a penta shield, it won't take damage from storms. In Hagga Basin, it doesn't anyway, but out here, everything that is on an external wall or whatever will take damage. That's actually processing faster than I thought it would, which is good. So yes, let's do a titanium run. And because we have a fairly friendly server, let's go straight for... Sorry, Stravinium. Let's go straight for the Stravinium Island, which is F8. Okay. So, F8. Did we not do the station? Oh, we did do the station. So, that's Stravinium Island there. I don't think that worked. Didn't feel like it dropped the marker. It did not. Can you... No? How about now? Yeah, you know what, I will change to the booster just to get out there a bit faster. As with a lot of games, there's a lot of traveling. Now, it is possible to cross the desert without a vehicle. You will call a worm. It is possible to outrun the worm, sort of, under certain circumstances. So if you have Bindu Sprint, so this skill here, and you also have maximum stamina, maximum hydrated stamina, then you can run faster than it can catch you. And if you use Sugar Wire and Suspensor Belt, you can kind of get high enough to de-aggro. But you will burn through your Suspensor Belt very quickly. If you don't pace your stamina and your energy at the right intervals, then you will run out of both of them at the same time and get eaten. So it's extremely risky, but we might do a bit of that on stream at some point. Like, start at A row and see how far we can get. Just island hopping, no vehicle. That could be funny. Right, so we are, yeah, this is our destination island. I should be scanning for things, but I've had enough treasures for now. He says scanning immediately. No, I shan't. We're here for Stravinium and Stravinium only. It's not E7, right? E7. No. There is a cave here that's maybe worth visiting. Yeah. E7. Yeah, let's go into this cave because it's got a rare schematic, and actually, of all the locations in the game, these caves that have rare chests, which change location each week, are some of the few schematics that I actually use. I'm just going to have to put myself on mute briefly, but I'll carry on. And I'm back. So, what did we pick up? I didn't even notice. It's kind of on autopilot. Pincushion boots, pincushion chest, and a stillsuit chest. I mean, the pincushion is very good. It offers light, heavy, dark mitigation as well as blade mitigation and stamina reduction. So it's a good all-rounder. I just prefer the way the stillsuits look. So that's why I run a stillsuit. Purely vanity. Right, this should be our island, and it should be absolutely chock-a-block with... Oh. Maybe it's not this island? One moment while I reference. F8, southern side. Is that where we are? Is that where we is? F8, southern side. It is. Well, there's a lot of titanium here, but that's actually the stuff we're after. Maybe it's this island here. Sometimes these little ones can just be absolutely packed, but nope. That's not it either. Interesting. Definitely F8. I mean, let's just check up next to the station. Ooh, I see a person. Gently, gently. Let's reload our rocket launcher. Get our water scanner out. I definitely saw them go down on that rock formation. I wonder if they went inside the station. Let's head over. Hey, here's the island we wanted. Ah, I see them. Skills change quickly. Doop. Where'd they go? See them? Don't get it. Oh, buddy. Just to scare them a little bit. Really? I was gonna say, it's telling them that they're being logged on, and they're just still staying there. I don't really want to shoot them, but yeah. Bye. Yeah, they are not coming back. Oh well. I should have been more patient, let them land again, but it's fine. Yeah, they're definitely going. Okay. Now let's start hoovering some of this stuff up. It looks like that's what they were here for too, so I guess scaring them off wasn't the worst thing to do. Even though there's probably plenty for both of us. But yeah, the moment my reticule went green, they would have been getting like an alarm going off, going vehicle locked onto. And I watched them carry on landing. I was like, are you sure? But yeah, they obviously changed their mind. We need this one, and we need to detach the thruster and put on the storage and put this stuff on. Let's load up. Oops. I think I'm just going to keep these combat skills on it, or be a bit slower kind of navigating around, but I'll feel a bit safer. But yeah, here's the island, obviously. So many of these nodes all in one little cluster. It means you can fill up super quick. And actually, while you're in PvP, one of the ways that you can reduce the risk to yourself is spending as little time on the open sand, or not in transit, as you can. Because the longer you're in one place for, the more likely someone is to find you, the more likely you are to be found, the more likely it is to be someone hostile, etc, etc. So by going to these areas which are densely populated in nodes, you can spend the least amount of time exposed. I should also be putting my shield on every time I get out of my thought tub. I'm being super lazy, and given the fact there's only 11 people on the server online and I just scared one away, I think I'll probably be alright. If they had chosen not to fly away after getting the warning about being locked onto, I would have definitely jumped on them as soon as they got out of their vehicle. I wouldn't have shot the rocket, but if they ignored that as a warning, then definitely fair game. One would argue if you're out in PvP, you're fair game anyway, but I prefer to fight with people that want to fight, not those that just want to have a peaceful existence. I think I might have even known who that was. Obviously, the looks of characters are very similar because that's governed by the gear. But I think it was the guy that had the PvP base out in... that I warned was in PvP. They thought it was in PvE. They made an unexpected generous donation of materials the next sandstorm. I did warn them though. I did say, like, may want to move your base. They did not. So it became mine. It's a good haul too. I think I made like 400 plast, maybe 500 melange. Which on a week like this, when I'm doing the desert challenge, would have been huge. But also I think wouldn't really have been in the spirit of what I'm trying to do. Like, if there is a base to raid that we find, I will raid it. But I will set aside the materials that we get from it, because this is more about trying to do it solo, under your own steam, and getting a massive windfall of stuff from someone's base is not your average experience. I want this to be something that pretty much anyone could do. So we now know that actually it is the testing station island that's called the Stravinium, and we just picked up how much? 1,200. That's pretty good. So I think that's a 4-to-1, so that's going to be 400, 300. And I think it's 1-to-4 of the titanium resource to make it into plastinium. This is a good example. So like this crevice here, you could actually indent your anchor points into the sand all around here and just have one pentashield going over the top. There's an even better formation. If we pass by one, I'll point it out. It's quite often located near caves actually. The caves which are at ground level. Kind of around the corner from that is a nice easy single pentashield build.
Oh, I feel so slow without the booster.
They did get the feel of the Ornithopters so right. Like, the first time you get a Scout Ornithopter, it's amazing. You're like, ah, freedom, I can fly anywhere. And then when you upgrade to Mark 5, you're like, ooh, this does actually feel quite a bit faster. And again, with the Mark 6, it's like, even though on paper, when you're looking at the stats, it doesn't look like very much, the feel is significant. Just like with changing between a Scout and an Assault feels heavier. It does go slower for the same kind of mark. But not significantly, especially while it's boosting, and but it feels very heavy, which is kind of cool to get that kind of feeling through. Excuse the banging. It's good. They did a good job with it. And even after all these hours, I do still enjoy gliding over the dunes. So we have got a titanium node here on our base island, and I should actually just be farming that every time we come back, because it's just a simple way of being able to start stockpiling a resource that we're going to need a lot of. So I will do that while I remember. Also, we'll just upload all of these. It's fine. Don't really need them, but definitely doesn't hurt. Yeah, now we can actually start using this stuff. Whoops. Calm down, game. Just trying to play it. Oh, yeah, nice. Good, good. Yeah, that's clearly how that's supposed to work. God damn it. Now I'm stuck inside. Ah, fun things. But yeah, so that's 65 titanium, which I should be doing every time we come back to base. Now we can use the resource. Before it would have just been taking up space, but now it's actually going to be useful. Let's head up top and get it cooking. In fact, little micro optimizations. We're going to move this, and actually I'm going to put it right at the top of the stairs, because that's kind of all we need in this room currently. I think also I will turn off the power to this. It's only a little bit, but it's completely unnecessary at this juncture. Yeah, and then we can just come straight up the stairs and in here. Take 11 of those, so then we need the stravinium fiber. This will use up all of our water, but that's 111. So let me go and do some quick mathemizing. 111, so we need 666 titanium. Where is our titanium cluster? F3, and there's another cave there, and there's a large, and there's a large spice field. That is somewhere we want to put up our PvP base. Are we finished with this? No, not even close. Okay. Can we repair this yet? No. Also not really close. I will repair that. This, actually, yeah, I'm going to repair it as well. This is the next thing we're going to do with our spice, although we should do the refinery. I kind of just want the compactor repaired. Let's replace the booster thruster storage thingy. Storage with the thruster. There we go. Did not attach. Did not attach and disappeared. Well, that's not good. That's a bit of a problem. Ah, there we go. It was just a visual bug. If we'd lost that booster, we would have been making snail progress for a little bit. Titanium. Where did I say? F3, I think. We have blocked 260,000 ads for you. Thank you very much. F3. Whereabouts in F3? Apparently it's on the south side. So this? Maybe it's this. Let's assume it's the little one. I see another one in the sky. Looks like they're headed back to PvE. But I think they're currently in PvP. Maybe not. Yeah, only just. Oh, old man. Stretch. So we'll keep half an eye on that guy on the left. If he decides to swing north, we'll go and say hello. But I think that other player we met up near the Stravinium was literally just farming. So there was not really any point trying to get them into combat. And certainly no point just shooting at their Thopter for no reason. Are we there already? Really? Yep, yep, apparently. Okay. So there's another cave with a unique chest in here. So we'll grab that and then we'll see about this titanium. Which is definitely not on this rock formation. Oh, neither's the cave. It's a surprise. Maybe it's up here. It is F3, right? Come on. F3, yeah. Yeah, it must be up here. Do do do. Yeah. So actually, this is exactly the place. So this formation here. Let's just check. No, that's not what I wanted. Build tool. So, yeah, you can't build that close because there's a cave there, but you can build here. And if you build in the back here, you can actually run a single pentashield out. Well, you do need a vertical one as well, but you can build a very tough base here. Which honestly we may end up doing, because I think there's a big spice field there as well. Let's check the crater, find the spice crater, check the cave, find the spice crater, and then we'll find the titanium ore. Perfect, these are the gloves we needed. Hey, a replacement cutter ray, should we need one? Don't do that, you'll hurt yourself. Here, hold my knife. So yeah, let's find the spice crater. Those gloves, by the way, are one of the rarer parts of that set, or for my experience. Oh wow, and here's all the titanium. Ah, okay. So I believe just slightly off. Yep, there it is. So let's just uncover it on the map so that we can see roughly where it is. It'll be hard to remember that because it's everything else around it's already been uncovered. Oops, didn't mean to punch the mic. Okay, right. Let's fill up on titanium, which is actually relatively close to base, all things considered. But I do like the idea of setting up a PvP base here. There's a control point, there's a cave, there's a lot of reasons to have a presence here. And actually, if we end up sand crawling, it's a perfect forward operating base. Okay. Plans within plans. So we're not going to be able to collect a lot of this, unfortunately, although we need the same amount as we do with the Stravinium to process in terms of 4. It weighs a lot more. So this is going to be the reason that we make a assault, primarily. Can I? Oh, yep. Forgot that happens. It's like, where did it go? There it is. Do not leave that behind. I would be sorry. So we'll fill up real quick on this stuff because it's so heavy. But another good thing to have like a single node on our doorstep. It looks like it's a Landsrad house that's already been unveiled. So the control point probably won't see much action. How's it? House Canola? Canola? Granola? Let's have a look, see if that house has already been claimed. House Canola, no. It's Algarve seeds, which actually is a really easy one to get, so that could go to either house. Anyone that's been stockpiling those seeds can just kind of solo win that, really. What's the reward like? Pinkish and boots, so not really worth it. They're good items, but as you saw earlier, we just looted one from a cave without any issue. Look at all these nodes. Okay, that is full enough. In fact, that's... yeah, I don't even think we could pick up one more piece. Let's just see. I think it'll just say backpack full. Yeah. So it weighs more than one volume for 1 or 2 pieces of titanium. That's how heavy it is. Ooh, go on. Go on, go on. There we go. Yeah, even though it's relatively close to our base, I still think it's a good spot to have a PvP outpost. We may even be able to make it big enough to land a carryall in, which if we can do that, we're going to be doing some sand crawling this week. Solo sand crawling is terrifying sometimes. A bit of sweaty business, particularly if you've got an active server. I mean, in some servers it's just not possible. There are people which just, the only reason they play is to kind of try and prevent other people from playing, which, you know, it's a rich tapestry of people out there, right? Our server's pretty good though. It's taken quite a while, but for the most part, farmers kind of get left alone. Now, there was a period where that was not the case. Home again, home again. We might even be able to fuel this now. Yeah, got our first 20. Wow. That does 20 hours on 20? I think each one we produce produces 10 of them. Yeah. Okay, well, I mean, that's pretty efficient, actually. Better than I was expecting. Titanium ore. So, in here it goes. Probably got too much of it. Ah, no, we're good. Sort of. Let's upload our cut array and our still suit. So how am I actually doing with Imperial sets? Imperial still suit. Yeah, so gloves and helms are the things that I need. You can't make that because you're out of water. Okay. I think we should make another bin. And we can make another medium, which is great. I think I will shimmy this along a bit. There we go. And we'll actually make this stravinium and titanium ore. Actually, we can do it this way. This might even be too much even for this container. No, I think we'll be alright. That's fine. That's all good. Yeah, okay. Oops. Can we actually fit it in there? Stravinium. Yeah. I think that's how it's spelled. I'll have to check that. Stravidium. Vinium. Stravidium. And titanium. Okay. And then this is everything that isn't that. Oh, that does sound like a sandstorm when my Thopter's outside. Let's not do that. Just in case. Right. Water is how long? Minutes. Okay. This is probably still doing cobalt, right? Oh no, we know it moved on to the lubricant because we could fuel it. So that's finished. That was 10 stacks. So let's put all 10 in here and see how long it's going to last for. 2 days. Maybe they're just going to end up being decorational, but we'll see. Right. So we've got our chemical refiner. So our last two refiners. We do want to make this as well, actually. Like, this is needs 10 steel. I'm pretty sure we can make 10 steel happen, right? Craft 10 of that. Only take a minute, and then we'll do 10 of this, which we've got just about enough water for. Let's see. If I move this because we're not really using it. I'm going to keep all of the lower tier benches and stuff around, but they're going to be decoration more than anything. In fact, what does it cost to do a blood thingy? Let's build one of those too, seeing as we had one running before. This is legacy blood stuff, which we're not going to need. That's fine where it is. Can I squeeze in that refiner down here without it looking too silly? Probably. Let's do it the other way around. There we go. That's fine. It's a bit ugly. Let's turn it around. That sound was the sound of the chemical refiner downstairs changing what it was producing. Which means it started on carbon? Oh. No, it isn't. Oh, it was the... It was the refiner I was just moving, finishing. Right, so we want 10 of this. And then we'll make a weapons bench and turn it off. Let's see, weapons, fabricator. What do we need for the garment one? I guess we'll take one of these too, seeing as it is. The mission was to build one of everything. This also needs steel. Okay, I'll do that afterwards. 2 more steel, 1 more. Boop. So we can actually use these potentially out of here. If we were nasty sky pirates, we could also use these, but we're not going to do that. So there's nothing actually we need from that bench as such. For this, I do need 20. But that's actually going to take a little bit of time. So I need another 20 of these, which is waiting on water, which is going to be another 5 minutes. Okay. Let's... I don't know how I ended up with that fiber, but let's use that up. This is done the Titan. It's doing Stravinium at the moment. It's going to be 20 minutes. Okay, so that's enough time for the water to come in. What about more water? Refineries. I do want one of these, but hot damn. That's another 62 duraluminium for that, and 350 power. Bejeebers. What about our next power generator? Well, that's 2 duraluminium. We can stretch to 2. Pretty sure. And I do just want to get one up, so. There's more spice blows about to go off. Oh. Come on, get in there. Nope. Okay. Leg just falls down. So yeah, this is what spice blows look like before they're about to go off. I'll get a bit closer. If you get too close, they will just evaporate you when they go off. But you've got a little bit of smouldering and you've got this bubbling sand. Being really close to that when it goes off is instant death. which has never happened to me yet. But I know one of these days I'm going to be looking at the map or something else, and one's just going to go off below me and kill me. I've been lucky till now. What am I looking for? Unsurprisingly, I'm looking for duraluminium. Let me replace the thruster booster situation with the storage that's currently on it. Oh, and fuel. Yeah, literally just use the last fuel, I think. Okay, oh no, I've got another one on me. I would like to go out with at least 2 mediums though. Fuel. Here maybe? Negatory. I think we may just have to interrupt this. We'll take a large one. Make me a large fuel cell now. Okay, it's changing its queue. And when it stops again, we know the next one's done. There we go. Yoink. Okay, 1 large, 1 medium is plenty. Fuel is something you drop if you're in PvP. So it's just something to be aware of. There aren't many things, like most of your important stuff is not gonna, you're not gonna lose it if you die in PvP. Unless there's a very specific edict, decree rather, which is not running and is not even available for next week. But that causes people to drop absolutely everything when they die in PvP, which is very harsh. Our server has never voted for it, but I have a whole stash full of gear that's almost about to break, that would break if I died. So that if that decree comes into effect, I will be running gear that if they kill me, they only get broken gear out of it. So I'm prepared for that week. But I can't see our server voting on it. But who knows what the landscape will look like post server merges. What did I say? I want 2 duraluminium. Guessing that was probably me as well, but yeah, okay. This one dug up. Yeah, we need to go off the beaten path a little bit. All the path that we've been beating. So again, I think I'm just gonna disable like these electric systems. Like I will build them, but they're gonna be decoration, at least for now. I may change my mind. I may like just go and farm a whole load of flower sand for silicon blocks and just load them up and get a week's worth out of them. Oh. Ah, poor little Muad'Dib. I wanted to know if that would work, and the answer is yes, it does. We'll go and cook that sucker up later. I wonder if you can exsanguinate them as well. That'd be interesting. Oh, yeah, just passed through my body again, it's fine. What I did say is I would make a aluminium compactor, which I am definitely going to do when I get back. That's the 2 I needed. So fuck it. We'll get the power built. And then I think what I may do, so the next plan is to get enough plastanium for the medium spice refinery, which is this thing here, which I think is all we're missing. Maybe some spice, but we can make spice and we can make plast. And then it's on to the very last refineries. And I think I will probably... Oops, what am I doing? I think I will probably get the large ore refinery before I go for the large spice refinery. Because this requires... I mean, it's half the listed price there, so it's 500 plast. And this requires a lot less. 400 melange versus... Yeah, okay, so 200 and 500. So yeah, I think that's the logical order. So we get our medium spice refinery up, get our large ore refinery up, then get our large spice refinery up. So I think our medium is going to be able to fit nicely just here. Refineries. There it is. Yeah, that's going to be fine. So the plast, I think we've probably already got enough materials, we just need the water. We do now need silicon blocks, and we're going to need a lot more spice. Okay. This is where my next lot of spice has got to go, though. Otherwise I'm not making any more sand. Yeah, and we've got enough in there. How long is that, dare I ask? Eesh. 1.5. Okay. Aluminium compactor for treasure hunting. Which is one of these. This one? Yeah. Aluminium, cobalt, EMF generators. Boom. Give me one of these. Worm intensity is high, and this is medium. Oh, I could make one of those. Nah, it's gonna eat into the duraluminium. Like, I'll make one of those if we get really stuck. Like, we can't repair the high tier one. This is 3 volts as well, which is fine. Our body just finished, which is great, so we'll get another one melting. Exsanguinating. Why am I heavy? Ah, little Muad'Dib. Where do you cook him? I'm not sure, because I'm not sure I've ever cooked one. Fabricator, maybe? Yeah, there you go. 10 plant fiber. Let's do it. Let's cook ourselves a Muad'Dib. It's so cruel, but hey, developers put it in the game. So I'm actually going to disable this, otherwise I'm going to have more power than I think I've got. Yeah. Until that's fueled for an entire week, I just can't rely on it. Yes, eating the Muad'Dib. That's what we were going to do. Power on. Cook me mouse. 1 mouse, please. Oh, 5. Alright. Even better. And we'll just throw it in with the rest of the food, which is probably in one of these. Yeah, there we go. So, this needs to be repaired. We've got to wait for that. I'm just holding fire on repairing anything else. Like, we are going to have to repair the weapon at some point. Suspensor belt is fine. We can actually just repair that now. I've already done the tool pack once, done the shield once. haven't done this yet, right? We are going to need more spice sand before we finish. But I think, yeah, we're going to need to use this water on plastinium. Yeah, it's so expensive on water. Crazy. Okay. So maybe a second death still? How much power do these use? 200. So we would definitely need more power. But that is what this floor is for. So let's make some more power. Ooh, production limit's going to be reached soon. That's interesting. Huh. So once our production limit is hit, we may end up needing to use other power, or probably more likely, I will use some things to enable me to claim more land, and that I believe increases the limit of like what you can use. In fact, maybe we do that now. Oh, okay. Let's find out. So let's just make nearly the full limit. So we've got 2 more production machines we can use. I am gonna grab some power first. Already forgotten what I'm using the power for. I know we need it. Needed 2. Oh, another death still. Right, yeah. That is good. Pretty sure there was another power this side. And I'm wrong. Wrongity wrong. Just borrow some from our neighbour's island here. Don't tell anyone, they won't notice. No, they respawn very quickly out in PvE land. Okay, call that good enough. Unfortunately, this doesn't evenly distribute them over all of the what am I trying to say? Over each of the power generators themselves. So what we'll probably find is, like, this front line has hardly any. Yeah. 61. And then if we look at this back line. Oh, maybe it does redistribute it. No, here we go. Yeah. Okay, well, actually we can kind of fix that ourselves, because it's roughly half anyway. Try and get them a bit more evenly distributed. Let's take this. These. Oh, yeah. Gimme. That's fine. We'll take half of these. Okay, so they're going to be pretty much even after we redistribute these 420, and it should give us a better overall uptime too. So it's still 2 days. Now it's 3 days, which is fine. Right. Now, how are we actually doing for power? What excess have we got? We got 560 to play with, which is grand. Now, another death still would be superly duper. 60 steel. Is it actually 60? No, it's 30. Right, okay. So we don't even have enough water to produce the iron, let alone the steel. So that's going to have to wait. Is our wind trap still producing? It is, but only for 2 more hours. Okay. What do we need for slightly better filters that last longer than a day? Survival fabricator. Sorry, I had to think that. Standard filters. Aluminium. You know what? It's probably fine. So if we get 60 plant fibers, I think it's just worth having some passive water coming in. And so we need 12 of these. Yeah. Okay. Fortunately, they are pretty common. I think we've even got quite a few around this side. Yeah. It's 20. 45. Did I say 60? Oh. And that's the rest, I think. Bingo. Okay, so we'll make 6 of the standard filters. The last one, I think it lasts roughly a day. So we'll see how long the standard filters work. I know that the large wind traps using the posh filters, which you can't even build in this, last a week if you've got 5, pretty much. Yeah, 6 is exactly what we wanted. That's just going to be a minute. It's only just been put on. Kind of tempted to move the death stills down here. You know what? We definitely don't need this generator here. Stick it down in the power room. Seriously? Gonna do me like that, game? Fine. We'll probably tidy that up at some point. Or we might just build a thing over the top so we never have to look in there. So we can fit another couple in here quite comfortably. Let's grab these filters, should almost be done. In fact, I think the last one we won't be able to fit in until the current one's finished. I assume it's got nothing in storage. Yeah. Oh, there we go. I think it just run out. So, is that right? Yeah, it's got 5 in storage and... yeah, cool. I think that's right. If there's one in here, then I'm wrong, but... yeah, okay, so we just got to wait for it to use one up. But that didn't seem to be a lot longer than the standard fillers, I gotta say. Than the makeshift fillers. Yeah, I suppose it's twice as long. By the time we put the 6th one in. Okay, I mean, it's probably still worth it. So So we do just we're yet again waiting on water. That's all well and good. Maybe we do just go and fill up a blood bag. We should have enough power to put this thing back online. Yeah. Yeah, screw it. You're coming with me. Blow the dust off the old blood processor and go and find some juice boxes. That is slightly bigger than I'd like, but we'll cope. Blood bag, exsanguination thingy. This can go in there. We'll grab a sword and blood exsanguination thing. Right, where's our nearest place? We could go and do the wreck again, but we've done that. So let's finish with the station. Let's go and do the garden. And we can hit a cave on the way too. So should be a cave. Yep. And then the station is in D7. Yeah, okay. So we'll hit the cave and then we'll go south. I think by the end we're probably going to be looking at running maybe half a dozen death stills and probably 3 large wind traps, so that we're not constantly waiting for water to do anything. And even then we'll use it. It's the kind of rule of the desert, really. Whatever water you're making, you'll use. But at that point, we should be processing quite a bit of endgame materials. And we're going to need quite a bit for the vehicles. For the carrier and the sandcrawler. They are not cheap. I'm still on the lookout for duraluminium because it's so rare out here. 1. Yay! Spoiled. I'll take that as well. Okay, let's just go to the cave. I don't want to be doing... I will definitely do some more treasure hunting off stream. Just to kind of stock up on duraluminium. Yes, I could go back to Hagga and get some, but I'm not going to. I'm going to do everything out in the DD. In fact, my plan is to not set foot in Hagga until we're moving everything that we've collected this week back. I don't think there's any reason we'd need to go there. I haven't yet found a source of military power regulators. Because I'll almost autopilot for that treasure then. I need to stop scanning. And they are needed to create the advanced weapon bench. So that's a thing. There is somebody on Discord that said that they found some in a buried treasure. But I don't know. We've hit a lot of buried treasures and not found anything. But we did also find diamantine dust this week, which I did not find last week. So who knows? By the end of this week we will. That's for sure. So you can fight through here. In fact, we should fight through here. No, we're going to find plenty of bodies in the testing station. There's no point juicing up right now. Oh, I cleared this earlier. Ah, my brain. I cleared it earlier, or it doesn't have a schematic, which could also be a thing. Let me just double check. No, it definitely does have loot, so I looted it earlier. So now we are headed here, and I've just got to remember to squeeze all the blood out of our enemies. It's a shame these are so heavy. I mean, I get why they are, but that's a lot. 16 volume. Almost 10%. So I believe this station is called the Hidden Garden. And we did clear it yesterday. I think without dying even. I think we only died once yesterday. I think. Right, let's get semi-prepared. Don't need a compactor. Don't need a build tool. If this was a PvP station, I would be removing that, which is a respawn beacon. I'm hoping some of those chests in that room have a chance to drop the military grade regulators. The fact this door's open means someone's been here recently. Oh, and they're still here. That's... yeah. Oh, we can just follow behind and juice the bodies. Slurp. Hello. We bump into each other quite regularly in stations. Bloody funsters. Would you fall over and die, please? Thank you. Slurp. Here we go. We're full already. Okay. That'll be our friendo. So that reflects damage back and applies a bleed. Oh, he's not bleeding. Oh! That's the difference. Just that one perk. Interesting. Yeah, because I got Suspense Dash instead of Center Mass. Nope. So I was expecting that bleed to finish them off, but because I had slotted a passive, which I'd totally forgotten about, over the top of one that did damage, it just enough to make it need an extra hit against the bad guys. So next blade mob we see, a single retaliate and a slow blade should finish them. Like the bleed, once the bleed ticks once, they die. We'll confirm in a sec, but yeah. I had Suspensor Dash on, which is not as good. Come over here. Come. No, don't do that. Swing at me. So one of those, one of these, and then, oop, he falls over. Perfect. Oh, I was expecting him to die. No, Mr. Bond, I expect you to die. Eh. Bloody fun stuff. Boop. So our friend here is using the cauterizer, which is why the mob spontaneously burst into flames, which is a great alternative to the replica pulse knife, which I'm using. I just prefer more stamina. More stamina equals more stabbies. And I found that the fire damage outside of PvP just makes such little difference that it just doesn't matter. Like even here against fire mobs, I'm basically ignoring the fact that I'm on fire. That's how little damage it does. Greed. Run. Damn it. Greedy. I could see my shield was about to go, but I just went for the kill. And that's what normally kills you in this game. I think this is the last wave as well, because we've both got flamethrowers and we had a double wave. I could be wrong though. Yep, one more. The gates would have opened already after the room's cleared. You get a longer pause between waves than you do between the end and the door opening. So you can even have armor which has fire resistance and poison resistance, but you can see it just does such little damage, it just doesn't make any difference. The death burning animation is quite funny though. That is a reason to run it. Really? Oh yeah. Someone behind this plant pot? No, there's just another wave. Wow, I was really off. Okay. What are we doing over here? That's us. Nice. Yeah, I got my blood bag full. That was the main reason we were coming here. Sure. We'll dismantle these, see if anything useful comes out of them. Just, I don't need off-world medicine. I've got like 1,000 back in Hagga. Sure. Sure. I guess I'll take the blade in case we end up making another weapon. We might end up playing around with some weapons. Let's keep him the old. Not right now. But good hunting. He's asking if I want to do another station, but that'll do for now. We just came here to fill up our blood sack. Oh, I forgot the fucking key, because I'm super genius brained. Oh. Losing all sense of direction. Not a good sign. Right, we got the key. So hopefully the loot room has some power regulators. I might check actually on the website, because last week it did mark them as available in a station where they were actually available, but not every loot. It was kind of rarer loot. So we'll see if they're that accurate with what they put up there. It's all garbage. Let's have a look. Military power regulators. Not available in the DD this week, it would seem. Can they be... Oh, they are sold. Okay, right. So if we absolutely have to, we're still not going to get it from Hagga, but we will go and buy some from one of the capital cities. Apparently they sell them. And we don't need many. We need like 6, I think. Yeah, tear that apart. You know what? I'll tear that apart too. So, the plan. What is the plan? The plan is acquire more spice sand, get it processed to get the medium refinery online, whilst processing the titanium that we've already got. Water is a bottleneck, so the next lot of water needs to go on materials for a second death still to double our hourly chunk of water, because that'll give us 50,000 water an hour. Which is fine, as long as you're online and playing. We've also restocked the wind trap, so that'll give us some passive generation, so we should have full water overnight, which is also good. Once we have up to our water production to be able to up our spice and plast production, look at producing. Now here's the thing, do we look at producing the Mark 6 assault like early? And how much is the storage module? Because that is duraluminium. So it's 40. No, it's still going to be 80. It's going to be 80, which is fine. That's a thruster, not a storage unit. Storage 72, so slightly less. And then how much does the T6 stuff cost in terms of plast? Because I would much rather have... It's going to be much easier, ironically, to acquire plastinium than it is duraluminium. These are all like totally doable amounts. The melange is going to be painful, so I think we probably want a large refiner before we build a assault. How much is it going to cost to make these like crazy endgame fly sand crawlery things? I've made them, but it's just been ages. Carbine scraps, diamantine dust. Like that's all easy. Plasteel armor plating, we've probably already got enough. More dust. The dust is going to be a bottleneck. Now, is there any dust required for this? Yes. 30. Damn it. 45 just for the assault. Oops, we flew straight past the base. These are our semi-neighbors. So yeah, the dust is going to be a bit of a problem. We also need to build this before we can build any of the endgame things anyway. We're probably going to need more complex machinery, but that should be easy. I think what I might do between now and tomorrow's stream is just farm up some more duraluminium with the express purpose of producing advanced death stills. Maybe a large wind trap. Because that's 120 duraluminium. And these are 122. So it's a lot. And it's a lot of digging up sand treasures, which isn't the most thrilling thing to watch. So I think I will probably do a fair bit of that between now and tomorrow. But in the meantime, we made some good progress. Let's get this thing cooking. We've got enough power yet. Deposit all blood. We've got our spice production working. We've got our end game chemical refiner, which is huge. Don't want to use up all my water yet. We bolstered our power supply. We have created our weapon bench, fabricator. We cooked a muad'Dib, which I wasn't expecting to do. Re-established our medium blood. And we have quite a bit in storage now, just kind of stuff. We went and found a couple of assault parts so we can save on that. Actually probably got enough complex machinery already, which is great. This is going to be the problem. This. For the vehicles at least. Now do the Mark... I think the Mark 5s use them as well. Like if... Let's have a look. Diamantine. Yeah, it uses half. I mean, like, we don't want a Mark 4. Where's the assault? There. So they're, like, it's just not enough of a difference. It's 10 instead of 15. Yeah. Okay, so definitely need to be on the lookout for stuff that will break down into dust. We got 2 more here. Getting excited over 2 dust. But yeah, it's kind of that rare. Why am I so heavy? Heavy. Guess put that away. Oh, it's the blood bag and exsanguination stuff. That's why. It's just heavy stuff. Which is why I don't cart it around most of the time. It's fact. Speaking of, let's ditch it. Like, it's fine. It does serve a function, but I would rather get more death stills up and running. Like, how much is this producing? Is there a thing that tells you the rate? 8 milliliters a second. That's actually not bad. Like, it does process relatively quickly. Okay, well, maybe I will do a bit of that as well. We want enough for a death still. So that was 38 brain. What was in here? Something useful. Ah, yes, lasgun, just in case, because you never know. When you need a lasgun, you need it on your hotbar, I can tell you. Armor plating, ultimate shields, nothing. Okay. I just kind of wanted to know what they broke into. And we want another death still, which is 30 steel. So we want 30 of these. 30. And then we'll convert that into steel. I'll stick another death still up down here. We have got another 200 power, right? Yeah, we're good on power. I might even get 2 going, just so that we're got a reasonable throughput of bodies. Really do want to repair this too. Can we do that yet? Oh, so close. How close? Because then we've got 1 for digging up treasures and 1 for actually getting spice. Oh, 60 seconds. Okay. We'll wait and get that repaired. So yeah, good progress actually. The fact that we're going to be able to repair this is also huge. So I can use that for gathering more spice sand. We've got the storage for the ornithopter as well. I think I'm going to do a fair bit in scout storage. And that's 500 volume as opposed to 2000. So yeah, I do definitely want to get an assault up and running, but I don't know how realistic that's going to be to happen soon. Upload these. Come on. 1 more melange, please. Any day now. Yeah, these might be kind of sleeper good. What is the throughput of wind traps? Research. Water. Water gather rate, 0.75. So that's less than a milliliter. I assume that's a minute. It can't be. Yeah, maybe it is. And this is 1.7. Oh, it's processing 8. Okay, wait a minute. There's more math to be had here. So if that's processing 8, and it is 40% efficient, it's processing 3 a minute, about, roughly. Which does make it significantly worse, but still better than the best wind traps, which is interesting. So maybe we do keep 1 on the go for a while. Yay! Compactor is back. Okay. In terms of base expansion, I don't foresee us needing any more base expansion for a little bit. We've got room for the death stills downstairs. We're doing okay for power, and I don't think we've completely filled that floor up yet. No, so we can still fit more in. Oh, that was what I was going to do. I was going to see if by increasing the amount of stakes we had, the amount of land we owned, if we could improve the amount of production we can have. So at the moment our production limit is 40. Let's make a bunch of steel. I'm going to need another 15 of this. Because I'm pretty sure it's 15 steel. In fact, let me bump that up the queue. Do that next. And it should be in here. Now the question is, what kind of staking thing do we want? Do we want horizontal or vertical? Now the obvious thing is horizontal, obviously. But actually, if we look at our build, we can't even put foundations down there yet. So actually, I think I may go for a height one. Just because I like the idea of being able to at least put pillars down to this platform here, which one vertical stake should fix. So we'll do that. Grab some power while I'm here. And if that doesn't improve our quota, I will also build a horizontal one. And you can have up to 5. So I'll just surround this with like 1 on each corner. 1 on each side, I should say. Actually, we do 3 at the back, 2 at the sides. And probably just leave the front. Probably. I don't know. I'll work that out later. It won't be a significant change between now and tomorrow, though. Probably. Right. Can we make it yet? Because I will do this whilst we're on stream. See if it improves things for us. We might even be able to put that in the wind trap. Let's see. Has it burnt through the last of that crappy filter? It's full still. Probably in like 8 minutes. So I'll get that teed up, and that should bump up to 48 hours, I think. Right, vertical staking unit. Now, a thing that you can do, which you definitely shouldn't be able to do, but I honestly don't mind doing it, is when you place a stacking unit, whether it's vertical or horizontal, you drop it on your hotbar, like so. You pop it down, and it gets a timer. The timer goes from 1 minute all the way up to 15 minutes for the 5th one that you put down. But if once that timer hits 0, you go to pick it up before it completes, it still finishes off expanding your base sectors, but also gives you the unit back. Which it shouldn't do, but it does. It saves you a little bit of money and a little bit of steel, which in the scheme of things is not very much. But I'm just gonna do it because I can't be bothered to run back down to Aero and farm a load of Solaris and more. But for those that are doing a weekly DD base, it can be a bit of a lifesaver, really. You're not having to bring 5 of each out, potentially. So we'll see. So we'll let this get down to essentially once it's on 0. There we go. And we just grab it. And it should, unless they've patched it. Ooh, maybe they've patched it. Interesting. Okay, we'll try once more, but that definitely didn't work. So maybe they've patched it, which honestly is a good thing. But I'll try it once more. I'll leave it a little bit longer. But I also noticed towards the end, the timer kind of jumped from 4 seconds to 2, which, oh yeah, it's doing 2-second intervals. It never used to do that. I wonder whether that was their fix for it. And those are definitely not consistent. Whatever it's counting, it isn't what it appears to be counting. But I guess we'll wait for it to go down to... I'll wait for it to start to fire up in the air, see if that works. And if not, then, hey, we'll have to do it properly. I think that was too soon too. Yeah. I'm going to try once more, because I think I can still time this, but... we'll see. Nice jaunty angle there. if they have fixed this, it's actually a use for Solaris, which I don't mind at all, because I have, well, how much have I got? 7 million, which honestly in the scheme of things is not very much. I know people with a lot more. But I don't use much of it, other than to pay taxes. So I think we'll wait until like 2 seconds after it comes up as showing no seconds left. And if we can pick up in time, great. If we don't, then it will have worked anyway. So 1, 2, 3. Did that work? That worked. So you can still do it. The timing is a lot more fiddly, but yeah, so I can actually place this same beacon down and do the same thing. But what we really want to know is, does a single stake increase the volume of production stuff we have available? Let's go and find out. It did. We got an extra 8. So actually, for now, that's all we need. I will stick this thing back in here. Ironically, it actually uses durability every time you pick it up, so eventually you have to repair them anyway. Got fuel cells, which presumably is just to do this with. Nice. Yeah. Okay, I think that is where we will finish this stream off. It's been very successful. We've done lots of useful stuff. I want to thank you all for joining me. I will be aiming to be streaming again tomorrow for day 3. And I'm hoping that we'll be able to get some of the last production stuff up tomorrow, which would be huge by day 3. Like 3 days already? And endgame stuff? That'd be awesome. There will be a fair bit of farming ahead. I will do some of the more boring bits offline, because honestly there's only so much time you can spend looking at someone digging up treasure. So I'll try and get some more duraluminum together. I'll also probably stockpile a bit of the titanium and stravidium, I should say. Yeah, good stream. That was fun. Thank you all for joining me. And I forgot to mention it yesterday, but in the profile thingy on my Twitch is a link to a song that I wrote. I'm really pleased with it. So if you want to have a listen, please do. Click the likey thingy doodad. That'd be appreciated. And have a good evening, everyone. I will hope to see you on the morrow. Thanks for turning out. See you next time.